Chapter 277. On the original site of the Nicaragua Great Falls, Agent Hill jumped out of the helicopter and landed firmly on the ground. It was raining heavily, but there was only a shallow layer of water in the river where Hill was standing. The river was hundreds of meters wide, and there was only a small stream of rainwater flowing forward. As far as the eye could see, an earthy yellow road disappeared into the distance. Who could imagine that just yesterday there was still a river full of water, winding for hundreds of miles, forming 3 spectacular waterfalls here? Agent Hill could not imagine it either. Her face was livid. Ignoring the heavy rain, she walked quickly for a while and saw the river disappearing in front of her. After taking a few more steps, a cliff suddenly appeared in front of her. The edge of the cliff still had traces of water erosion. It was different from any terrain she had seen before. The water was like an outstanding sculptor, polishing the terrain here into a myriad of shapes. But when Hill closed her eyes, all she could see was the rushing river, the slanting waterfall, and the scene of the upside-down rushing up into the sky. Her imagination was pale and barren, because everything that had happened here was far beyond her imagination. "We must find him." Hill turned around and shouted. She looked at her subordinates and said sternly, "I don't care how you do it, or what price you have to pay. You must find Adam." An umbrella covered her head from behind. Someone calmly reminded her, "The rain is too heavy. Let's talk on the plane." "May, you're here." Seeing the person behind her, Hill finally relaxed, realizing that she had lost her composure. She put away her emotions and returned to the plane with May. "You're too concerned," May scolded her in a low voice. "Even if this was Adam's doing, it's nothing. If Nick was here, he wouldn't be surprised. What has an S-H-I-E-L-D experienced? Apocalypse, Loki, the Soviets, the Chinese government? Compared to Adam, who knew how much higher. We've been through hundreds of battles and seen a lot." Hill smiled bitterly. "Sorry, I've been under too much pressure lately. Layla is missing. Tony Stark found out that Layla went to his secret lab, and he's broken up with us. The mysterious weapon they made, Ultron, is missing, and Adam. I don't know which one to focus on first. Each of them could hurt us badly. It's been raining for a day. According to the weather forecast, it will continue for another 3 days. Do you know what caused it?" May didn't answer her directly, but talked about the weather. Hill didn't know what to do. "I don't know. I don't care about these things. Could it be? Yes, this is the part of Nicaragua Falls that disappeared yesterday. It rushed up to an altitude of about 20,000 meters, driving the movement of water vapor in the entire Atlantic Ocean, and even affecting the climate of the entire eastern region." May's words made Hill a little flustered. She hurriedly tried to mobilize the monitoring of climate satellites. May pressed her hand and looked her in the eye. "There's no need, Hill. There are many people like Adam. You won't have the energy to monitor them all. The professor can hear everyone's thoughts and can control everyone on Earth. Magneto can reverse the Earth's north and south poles and even stop and reverse the planet's rotation. Thor's hammer can destroy the Earth's core. Stark's neutron star armor can destroy the biosphere with its gravity alone. Scarlet Witch, Storm, Loki, Hulk, the Revolutionary Alliance, and the Nazis? There are too many existences that can destroy us, and we are facing too many threats. Let me teach you a way to relieve the pressure." May winked at her and said cunningly, "Let it go. Let God decide our fate. Hand my fate over to the apocalypse? That's not a good idea." The voice behind them made the 2 agents jump up. May lowered her body and hid behind cover, while Hill pulled out his gun from his calf. Pointing at the head of the black shadow, Hill asked sternly, "Who are you?" The staggering black figure walked to the light. His metal-cast body glowed with a dull, rusty light. He had a pair of curved, antelope-like horns and inverted hooves. It was hard not to think of him as a demon. "I have my own name, but you will never know its meaning. So I should tell you that you call me Ultron." The robot's voice was low and hoarse, but it had the power to shake people's hearts. But I hope you remember my real name, Sargeras. This is the name given to me by the Apocalypse. He wants me to bring you destruction." Hill and May's faces turned pale. They put their hands on the communicator out of reflex. Hill couldn't help but curse. Tawny screwed up again. Ultron is the conspiracy of the Apocalypse. What about Layla? Where did she go? What did you do to her? "The fate of a mortal is not worthy of my concern," Sargeras said in a low voice. "Don't worry, I'm not here to destroy you, mortal," Sargeras said in a low voice, deep and powerful like the rubbing of obsidian. "I have seen the rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of species, in the innumerable cycles of the galaxy. Only the stupidity of mortals is eternal, and your civilization has proved it once again, unsurprisingly. When I was still alive as a star, I didn't care about your stupidity. But when I died and woke up from my eternal sleep because of your disturbances, it became unbearable. From now on, my only pleasure is to bring eternal destruction to you." Sargeras's murky, dark red pupils were filled with brutality and extreme anger, as well as twisted and indescribable abnormalities. When he stared at Hill and May, his mere gaze almost drove them crazy. The two agents felt that their consciousness was like a seabird in a storm or a helpless soul in the hot wind of hell. The extreme pain almost destroyed them. Fortunately, they were still useful to Sargeras, so his gaze only lingered on them for a moment. "I need you to spread my will and tell the little bug who disturbed my sleep that I will be his endless nightmare and fear. His soul will inevitably fall into my arms. Destruction without fear as a decoration must be boring. Go, mortal, struggle for me, and then I will grant you the destruction of despair." Sargeras laughed. His burning spirit energy spread out from his body, igniting everything around him. Metal, plastic, soil, everything around him was burning. The drifting sparks ignited the soil, and molten lava flowed out from where Sargeras was. Some of the SHIELD agents around him were running away, and some were wailing in the fire. Hill and May were running with the flames on their backs. The high temperature was roasting their bodies, leaving ugly marks on their skin. In her fear, Hill could never forget what she saw when she turned around. She could never forget the demonic shadow in the raging fire. She could never forget the inextinguishable demonic flames. Sargeras sighed deeply. He stepped on the dried-up Niagara River and looked down at the disappearing waterfall. No one knew what he was thinking. The rain had already stopped, and the 3 days of rain had dried up. The dry, sulfur-smelling air that accompanied Sargeras changed the climate once again. "Adam, I can feel your breath. It's so weak, the smell of a mortal." Sargeras looked back at the burning land of lava. The flames with radiation could almost burn everything, and the distorted energy of pollution was constantly infecting the world. This was the power of the natural enemy of the planet. "Let this world burn." His deep voice resounded throughout the universe. "Layla, follow them and kill them all," Sargeras ordered. Behind him, a distorted figure stood up. Half of it was human, or at least the shadow of a human. The other half had the characteristics of a demon, and the characteristics of distortion and distortion. This half-infected, half-demon monster laughed maniacally and pounced in the direction that Hill had gone. "I can feel it, my body. Soon I will be completely reborn. We are everywhere. Why care about the broken body of the past? Infect this world. Its breath makes me uncomfortable. Shut up growth." Chapter 278. I hear it. The earth is crying. Chun-Ong sat on the edge of the canyon, looking at the crisscrossing and ravines of the Grand Canyon in a daze. Here he could feel a kind of decay slowly happening in the lower layers of the Earth's crust. Order is distorted, nature is rotting, and the planet's ecological activities are slowly deteriorating. Me of the Apocalypse, what are you trying to do? Earth is really what I care about. using a goal to involve me and the Republic, pushing the development of this conflict. But what is your goal? The ultimate villain of the apocalypse world, the mortal enemy of all the righteous alignment. But as your consciousness in the past, I have preserved your feelings for Earth, the three views of humans, and even your loyalty to the motherland. This is so King awkward. Once an evil god is created, it is very difficult to destroy, and even restraining them is troublesome. If that's the case, if the righteous alignment wants to save the world, they will need my help. Sargeras, as a compound life, is essentially a trinity, the dark astral soul, the evil god of corruption, and an intelligent life. Right now, I really can't beat it. Sighing, Chenong once again felt sorry for the limitations of being a human. Useless people just have to be manipulated by others. If this goes on, I'll be beaten to the ground sooner or later. The sharp wind of the Grand Canyon blew the hair on Chenong's forehead, but strangely, the wind that scraped the knife-like rocks all year round and made people's skin dry dissipated in front of Chenong, turning into a spring breeze. If anyone could sense the density and water vapor in the air, they would find that with Chenong as the center and the canyon that split the earth as the axis, strands of water vapor connected into a giant net, controlling all the gas molecules in the area. The magnetized water molecules were like magnets, polishing the magnetic field of the area. The magnetic force could therefore spread to the entire area, gradually infecting and magnetizing the air within the magnetic field. Chenong's body was in a strange state of relaxation. While his breathing was in contact with the world around him, his muscles were also expanding and contracting. He seemed to be defenseless, but with every move he made, he could mobilize the 12 layers of magnetic force, and through the magnetized gas, he could heavily bombard any place he wanted. The 3 states of magnetic induction, solid, liquid, and gas, are close to completion. The magnetization of the liquid has spread to the solid and gas, and there are preliminary results. When the experiment is complete, the power of the titanium body will spread throughout my body. I will be able to use the power of the magnetic field at will, and I will be able to surpass 250,000 horses in one go, reaching the star-breaking realm. He has regained the shallow power to destroy stars. Sigh. Chenong said dejectedly, I'm still too weak. I can't believe those useless people from SHIELD are no weaker than me. When have I, Chenong, ever been so aggrieved? I've always been the strongest, the strongest. As he clenched his fists in anger, strong winds howled. The powerful magnetic force of 10,000 horses was applied to the entire magnetic field, causing the magnetized gas to move crazily. Every molecule turned into a howling wind, following the direction of the magnetic field. As the molecules rubbed against each other, the overflowing electrons drifted away and gathered. Sensing the power of the magnetic field, they turned into lightning and thunder, descending on the ground with the momentum of tearing everything apart. The storm howled and the lightning flashed. The earth-shattering power of the world was enough to tear apart any existence that dared to stand here. Meanwhile, Chenong stood in the center of the storm, roaring in anger and indignation. The intense emotions and the surrounding storm triggered another power hidden in his genes, allowing him to suddenly sense the emotions of the storm around him. If anyone could see the man with the eyes of a god and a demon, then Chenong's completely white eyes would definitely scare them to death. Someone in the distant Washington opened his eyes. Similarly, only the whites of his eyes could be seen. Professor, I can feel Adam. He's awakened the power to control storms. No, it's a step further. I can feel that his ability is different from mine. He's integrated with Magneto's power. His potential is even more terrifying. This power already has the potential to surpass mine. Just as Lady Stormsword was about to take a step further, Chenong's voice rang in her mind. How dare you peek at my will? Are you prepared to be blasted to smithereens by me? The violent storm carried Chenong's will and rushed into Lady Stormsword's mind. She could not help but scream in pain. Electricity split from her body, about to destroy everything around her. "Calm down, my child." Lady Stormsword suddenly felt the professor gently tapping her forehead with his index finger. The pressure in her mind instantly dropped. The raging electricity was destroyed like an illusion with a gentle wave of the professor's hand. The professor's vast spirit was connected to Lady Stormsword and Chenong. The vast spirit that was like the Milky Way instantly calmed the mental storm between the two. "Adam, Lady Stormsword didn't mean it. She's just too uneasy. Scott's death agitated her. Your connection with Ancient Serpent has caused her to have a deep prejudice against you. But I know that we're on the same side." There was no trace of hostility in the professor's consciousness. "The world is facing another test. I hope you can help us." The calming storm weakened the mental connection. Soon, the professor's voice was inaudible. Chin-Ong wiped the cold sweat from his heart. The use of psychic power, an old man who can distort fantasy and reality. If I followed the information in my memory, I would have been tricked by the apocalypse. A strong observer, an existence that can collapse probability clouds in a physical sense. The lightning just now was negated by him. Even if Magneto destroys the Earth, he can distort reality at the first moment and recreate the Earth. What the will negates is illusion. This person is so strong. No wonder Magneto couldn't defeat him even with one of the 4 fundamental forces. His power is no less than mine. The unforeseen event just now interrupted Chun-Ang's venting, but the unexpected gain did not disappear. The awakening of the ability to control the weather and the storm allowed Chun-Ang to finally master the power to control the gaseous magnets. The magnetized gas allowed Chun-Ang to fully unleash the power of the magnetic field in the air, and his magnetic force had also reached the bottleneck of 100,000 units. Looking at the howling storm in the Grand Canyon, Chun-Ang looked down calmly at it all. In the huge crack, the wind that passed through it made the canyon look like it was overflowing with a river. It was hard to imagine that the churning white liquid was formless and colorless wind. The gas molecules inside were so thick that they were almost solid. The electrons that escaped from the friction of the molecules turned into countless tiny lightning bolts, nurturing the power of thunder in the magnetic field. Chin-Ong could feel that this powerful force would obey his will and destroy everything in its path with a wave of his hand. But the strong sense of decay under the Earth's crust made Chun-Ong even more dissatisfied. He could guess what it was, the spawn of an evil god, an existence like the Deep Ones. If Chun-Ang's guess was correct, its form should be a demon in the lava. It was the result of the combined effect of Sardra's power and Growth's infection. It was a crazy, twisted, tyrannical demon filled with malice towards the world. This kind of thing was breeding all over the world. To put it more seriously, this was the corruption of the Earth. The apocalypse was really too evil. The things he created were filled with the desire to destroy and tyrannical. It was simply a collection of evil towards existence. If Sardras and the others were allowed to do what they wanted, they could probably hang the entire Avengers and the American hero world up and beat them up. Chin-Ong estimated that, not counting the mutants' power, Sardras could beat them and the U.S. government with one hand. If Sardras was allowed to distort the Earth and corrupt the solar system, he could probably fight the Swallower Star. Coupled with the power of those few evil gods, they could corrupt the entire universe. It was not a dream for the outer gods to fight against the 5 cosmic gods. If the professor goes all out, he might be able to seal them. But if the apocalypse personally comes down, it won't be fun. No, he will definitely come down. Right now, there's only the key of the door. If the professor goes all out, I swear, the black go to the forest will definitely jump out from some corner. Maybe even the blind god will jump out. This is a conspiracy. Chenong took a deep breath. There are thousands of planets and stars in the universe. If the plague becomes an outer god, it's possible that he can duplicate the entire pantheon. My fist is still too weak. This time I'll follow your heart. Chenong clenched his fist tightly. But I swear, there won't be a next time. A raging gale wrapped around his fist. Lightning and thunder converged together, and 100,000 tons of magnetic force was slowly pushed by the magnetic force. Bearing the pressure of 10,000 tons, the polar titanium body tilted the magnetic force downwards. The gale, thunder, and 100,000 tons of force blasted down on the Earth's crust. The magnetic force seeped into the rock layer. The gas molecules, the liquid magnets, and the Earth's crust condensed into a whole magnetic field that could completely withstand Chinon power. The wind and thunder ignored the obstruction of matter and completely bombarded the monster embryo 15,000 meters below the Earth's crust. The devastating power instantly turned the evil demon wrapped in the magma into dregs. P.S. I've been updating so frequently recently. Everyone, please give me some recommendations and monthly votes to support me. Chapter 279. Adam has appeared again. Rogers picked up the information on the table and frowned. This time it's at the Grand Canyon. Yes, it's now called the Great Fissure, an abyssal fissure with a depth of more than 10,000 meters and a river of lava flowing through it. Tani gestured. At least this time we don't have to worry about not being able to collect entrance fees. Wow. I heard that the Natural Landscape Association is suing him for destroying the unique, rare, or wonderful natural phenomena and landforms of the United States and Canada, subverting this rare natural beauty region. He raised the glass in his hand and said, "It's really a heinous crime." "Stark, don't say it." Rogers stopped him. "Why? If we can destroy him once, we can kill him again." Tani spread out his hands. He glanced at the Avengers, standing here with a bitter smile on his lips. "Because the professor suggested that we don't disturb him in case the apocalypse takes control of him again. Many people paid a terrible price for the mistake we made last time. Tani, no one wants to do it again. This time we should listen to the professor's opinion." Bruce stood up and looked at Tani. "Mistake? You think what we did last time was a mistake? So, Thor has gone back to see his father. Poor old Odin has lost another eye. The Falcon has been fitted with an iron arm, and we have another Winter Soldier. And I now have a total of 12 big Ivans in my body. The Department of Defense can't wait to install a password on me. Now, this is the price of a mistake. So in order to have an armored wall at this time to keep the danger out, what I did was also wrong. Because we shouldn't have fought against him. So the birth of Ultron was a mistake. Is that right? My worry about the inevitable next war was also a mistake. When that kind of enemy appears again, no, we already have an original, more terrible version. There will be no more terrible enemy than him. What can we do? Ancient Snake almost destroyed us. What about the apocalypse? How can you defeat that kind of enemy?" Rogers replied firmly, "Let's work together." Looking into his eyes, Tani stepped forward and looked at Rogers with a serious expression. "If we lose, everyone in this world will die. If we don't get rid of Ultron, we won't have to wait for the apocalypse. We'll die now." Falcon interrupted. Stark forced a joke. "Maybe Apocalypse doesn't like it when someone steals its prey and intervenes in advance. That way, we'll be able to witness a battle between evil and evil." Bruce retorted, "They are a family." "Huh. Chaos and evil are only loyal to themselves." Tani mocked. "Enough." Bruce stood up and roared. His blood-red eyes and slightly swollen skin made everyone shut their mouths. Bruce asked sadly, "People are dying every second in this world because of this? Ultron, or Sargeras, is threatening the world like never before. Now is not the time for you to quarrel. Avengers, you are worthy of your responsibility." Bruce looked back at Tani and said disappointedly, "Stark, you're on your own." "I think I found out what Ultron wants to do." The little spider rushed in excitedly and found that the atmosphere between everyone was almost frozen. He wondered, "What's wrong? Did I miss something?" "Nothing." Rogers quickly changed the subject. "What clues did you find?" I found a person, the former assistant of Stark Industries, Layla. Do you remember? The one who was with Ultron at the end. Recently, she has been in contact with a mysterious person. I asked SHIELD to pull up his file for me. You won't be able to guess where that person is now. Stark replied coldly, Wakanda. The little spider was shocked. He exclaimed, Wow, how did you know? I spent. Tani ignored his next words, but his face instantly became very ugly. Because I paid attention to the things there. When I was making weapons against Apocalypse in order to create an indestructible armor, I searched all the materials in the world. Without Thor's help, I would have used that thing to make my armor. What is it? The little spider asked expectantly. Vibranium. Tani gritted his teeth and squeezed out those two words. JARVIS. Find me a means of transportation to leave Wakanda, and then contact someone. Tekera. Only he knows where our goal is. Stark, I've had enough. You have to at least tell us what the problem is, instead of solving it yourself. Falcon said discontentedly. Rogers stopped him from saying more unpleasant things and asked Tani more sincerely, How bad is the situation? As bad as it can get. Tony Stark pulled at his hair for a long time before he looked up and explained, Ultron took away all my experimental data. There was a blueprint I designed for Apocalypse, a weapon made of vibranium. The most important thing now is how harmful the weapon is. Rogers looked into Tani's eyes and asked, How powerful is it? Tani's expression was gloomy as he shook his head. This is a weapon created to deal with Apocalypse. You know how terrifying Apocalypse is. Looking into Rogers's eyes, Tani's voice became lower and lower, and in the end, it was as if he was begging for mercy. So, the weapon is naturally as powerful as it can get. There was only one word to describe everyone's expression, and that was dumbfounded. At this time, JARVIS did not forget to remind him, Sir, Agent Hill is coming up. She illegally tore down your door. Should we call the police? Sir, not at the moment. Tani made a pause gesture and looked back at the elevator door. The moment the steel door opened, two figures crashed out of the elevator and fell in front of Stark. Blood splattered on Tani's feet. This change made everyone stand up from their seats. It's Hill and May. Rogers glanced at the two people on the ground and realized who they were. He quickly stood in front of them. There was an unpleasant creaking sound in the elevator, the cat's paw scratching a long piece of scrap iron. The rustling sound sounded like the friction between scales and steel. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was a hideous claw. It was covered in venom and blood, and the 5 dagger-like claws cut through the steel plate like paper. The surface of the claw was covered in purplish pus and lumps. Unbelievably, it was still wriggling, which made everyone's hair stand on end. When the front half of the monster reached in, everyone gasped. 2 curved horns like razors extended from the skull. Half of the monster's face was like a sheep's, and the other half was like a frog's face. It was ugly and hideous at the same time. The venom seeped into the ground and corroded many small pits. The monster's eyes were like 2 burning green fires, reflecting evil and death. A hoarse voice came from the monster's throat. Tony Stark, the root of all evil. You are still as disgusting as ever, even more so. Layla. Stark was shocked. The monster smiled, revealing its uneven teeth. It's hard for you to recognize me, but I don't have time to reminisce with you now. My lord has something to say to you. Look into my eyes. Tani could not help but look at the green fire. From there, he saw endless darkness. Chapter 280. In the eyes that flickered with green flames, there was a familiar darkness. Tani saw the illusion again. In the deep and dark universe, a star surging with vast energy was heading towards death. A tremendous power that seemed to distort space held it firmly in place. The mass it lost turned into a violent storm of rays that destroyed everything. In this dark space, chaos, destruction, and scorching heat were like a boundless burning hell. The star's core was born with a terrifying explosion. A rapidly spinning crimson neutron star replaced the original star's core and appeared in front of Tani. A familiar whisper sounded in his ears, and the space in front of him began to distort. The structure of space and time behaved like the craziest fantasy of humans. The structure, dimension, and space here were all illogical and chaotic, completely at odds with the way humans thought. The never-before-seen spatial structure and dimensional dimensions would cause people to have crazy desires. In the dimension of space and time, countless phantoms wrapped around this universe like bubbles. The neutron star in the center of Tani's vision seemed to have a life of blood. This planet was covered in blood. An eye appeared on the surface of the neutron star and looked at Tani Stark. Tani Stark! In this long period of time, only the stupidity of mortals is eternal. Your existence has once again proved this point. Feeling fear, feeling guilt. Let me see what you think. The red eye slowly closed. In the distorted space around him, Stark's thoughts and imagination were like a deformed monster, appearing chaotic. Countless symbolic images were tangled together chaotically. Do you feel the darkness in your heart? You've guessed completely wrong. It's not your darkness that created me. Mortals are shallow. No matter how twisted they are, they can't have such power. It's me who created your darkness. You know nothing about darkness. No one dares to look directly at it, especially a simple, redundant existence like you. Generally speaking, mortals who look directly at me are either already crazy or on the road to madness. You're no exception. So look directly at your fear. It will come true. Tani's mind was in a mess. His memories, his intelligence, everything he was proud of were all distorted to the point that he couldn't understand. Only fear and despair were magnified here. Despair and the darkness of human nature that exceeded his imagination almost crushed him directly. He asked helplessly, "Who are you?" "Ultron." "Apocalypse?" "I can't remember." "Wrong, completely wrong." "I am you. Everyone has a growth in their heart, but there is only one Sargeras. I am a mirror. Everyone can only see themselves in it. Let this world burn. We shall become one in the end." The voice laughed crazily. Everything in front of Tony was burning. Dense shadows, deep darkness, flames of various colors. His entire world was burning. The surging magma and flames were surging with madness and chaos. Stark writhed in pain, his entire body trembling as he saw himself in the burning century. Tani felt like he was punched in the face. He opened his eyes in a daze and could only see the familiar color of the uniform, blue and white. His eyes were in pain, and everything he saw was covered in a layer of red. "Stark, how are you?" Captain America grabbed Tani and laid down behind the sofa. The situation on the field wasn't good. Bruce didn't dare to go forward. The monster that Layla had turned into was his nemesis. The small spider and the falcon were restrained everywhere. Now, Tani was heavily injured. Tani's eyes seemed to be burning with flames, turning red. Looking closely, one could see the jumping golden red light. His whole body twitched violently, his face twisted in pain, his body trembled, and his clothes were soaked in sweat. In this case, Captain America didn't dare to leave him alone, but the small spider and the falcon were beaten up so badly that they couldn't fight back. His sensitive spider senses had become a hindrance. When the small spider got close to Lara, he could feel the evil intent coming from every pore on his body. The halo of mental pollution caused him to suffer. Be careful, all of you. If you get too close, you'll hallucinate. Everything around me is a bloody mess. The little spider even took the time to glance at Lara's face and whined. "Now she's actually quite pretty in my eyes." Layla's state could be described as being at ease. The combat skills that he learned when he was an agent were even more powerful when used in the body of a demon. When the four reversed joints of his arms attacked with full force, the falcon couldn't see them at all. He barely resisted with the help of the mechanical arm. The situation was already precarious. But what he didn't know was that the mechanical arm that Stark modified for him had a fatal weakness. The small spider's body had turned into a faint shadow. He stuck to the wall, the ground, wandered around, jumping up and down, and exerted the spider's mutated ability to the extreme. The sticky spider rope set up a lot of obstacles around Layla, and only then did he barely manage to maintain the situation. Powerless mortal, I am ashamed of my former identity. Shallow soul, disgusting flesh and blood, and that ugly appearance, you are as disgusting and annoying as insects. I really want to pinch you all to death. The monster in the shape of Layla roared angrily. This world needs to burn. She slapped the falcon in the direction of the small spider, and the bone spur on her arm suddenly protruded out, opening a bloody hole in the falcon's shoulder. The small spider hurriedly supported the falcon, protecting him in front of him. Stupid insects, I've had enough of you. The next moment, the small spider felt his back tighten, and the back of his neck was grabbed by someone. The powerful pressure made his vision go black, and the last thing he saw was the falcon's terrified expression and the mechanical arm that was strangling him. The strength of the mechanical arm was so strong that the small spider felt that his cervical vertebrae were about to be crushed. The mechanical arm that was strangling him didn't stop there. Instead, it forcibly pulled the falcon over, and its forearm and elbow directly locked his throat. The originally normal mechanical arm had already begun to transform. Insect claws that looked like centipedes extended from both sides of the arm and clasped into the small spider skin. Sharp metal thorns and scales also slowly degenerated. Finally, it looked like a mechanical monster that was a mixture of python and centipede, entrenched on the small spider's neck. Who gave you the confidence to control them? Do you think that the will of mechanical creatures can be controlled by those illusory codes? Stupid humans, lowly life of flesh and blood, the ruler of mechanical creations, the creator Titan has already descended. Your cursed flesh and blood will be burned to ashes. My Lord Sardres is the creator of mechanical life. My Lord Ultron is the ruler of mechanical creation. Feel the power of steel and silicon. Under the halo of my Lord Sardres, the world will be purified. Chapter 281. Chen-Ong slid through the air. His speed was stable at around Mach 2, and the resistance was nothing to him. About 1 centimeter outside his skin, a layer of chaotic electromagnetic waves isolated his existence from the outside world. His altitude was close to the clouds. After adjusting his direction twice in a row, he began to descend. His tiny figure cut through the clouds many times, intersecting with them, and plunged into the dim shadows. Passing through the thick layer of clouds, it was as if he had broken through the boundary between light and darkness. Descending further, he arrived at the airspace between the skyscrapers and the city. The gloomy city suddenly became oppressive. Even the violent electronic sounds in the electromagnetic layer around Chen-Ong seemed to be dyed with a layer of gloominess. New York, the place where the apocalypse first arrived, the city jointly managed by Skynet and large consortia, a dead city. Any good person wanted to stay away from the monsters under the command of the apocalypse. They could easily sell their houses to the vultures that chased after decay and death, and move away from the rotting corpse of the city. Only the real villains were happy to live here. There was no government here, only Skynet and consortia as the law here. This meant freedom, the freedom of flowing gray wealth. Skynet controlled the center of the city, which was the City of Light, and the places controlled by the consortia were full of evil, the things that made Chen-Ong chase after them. What is the apocalypse doing? Chen-Ong, who was diving over the city, could keenly feel the changes below him. Visible light, electromagnetic waves, sound waves, all kinds of messy things mixed together and rushed into Chen-Eng's perception. unfolding a panoramic picture in his mind. Everything in the picture was too complicated. With Chun Ang's incomplete mental cultivation method, he had no time to analyze them one by one. However, he ignored the essence of the details, such as the research institute, the asylum, the casino, the gang's base, and the characteristics they showed. Blood, violence, cruelty, madness, and mental confusion, mixed into a twisted, turbid current. It allowed a dangerous existence to flourish and grow. The countries of the Revolutionary Alliance have almost wiped out all this garbage. I thought they were all wiped out. Drug dealers, smugglers, illegal organizations, and most of the gray enterprises. Didn't the Revolutionary Alliance kill them all? What a pity. The apocalypse is indeed inhumane. Most of the millions of people in New York City are like this. Eastern European gangs, China's vitality and Russia's violent gangs, South America's drug traffickers, America's illegal research enterprises. This is simply the stinking drain of human civilization, the dumping ground of human scum and garbage. For the apocalypse, this is also the best place for forbidden experiments. He doesn't even need to be involved. The large corporations and financial groups here will throw away all the shackles of logic and morality and display the human imagination. Creativity is the most valuable asset in the apocalypse. Therefore, the inner city controlled by Skynet created an astonishing amount of wealth to supply the dark outer city, turning it into a realistic Darwinian society, survival of the fittest. I don't know how many rounds he's been here, but I'm guessing that the soil of thought here is already barren and can no longer provide nutrients for inspiration for the apocalypse. So he chose to recycle. Chenong sighed. Even he was afraid of his other self's cruelty, ruthlessness, and harshness. This was purely treating the individuals and lives here as resources that could be repeatedly absorbed. These poor people who could have died in the Revolutionary Alliance's great purge of society were cultivated to a new land because of someone's haggling. They used their cruelty and lives to contribute to the development of science. After losing their value, they would become rotten soil to provide nutrients for new crops. This harshness of searching the corpses and scraping the bones fully demonstrated the indifference and cruelty of the apocalypse. In the future, if someone said that Adam was part of the apocalypse, Chenong would be the first to disagree. He sincerely held a little pity for the lives here. I've searched so many places. Although the infection situation in some places is more serious, there's no doubt that this is the center of the infection. Garo Sardres is using this rotten city as the soil to become more evil and powerful. From the last Los Angeles incident, the Avengers were played to death by him. The most powerful Avengers, Hulk and Iron Man, were just food. Their mental weaknesses will only cause greater disasters to humans when they face the infected, and Captain America and Spider-Man were powerless to stop them. The last time the infected Layla almost killed all the Avengers alone. If it wasn't for the professor who reversed reality and illusion in Washington and turned the damage suffered by the Avengers into an illusion, Spider-Man, Falcon, Ant-Man, and Captain America would have died. Thinking of this, Chenong was a little resentful. The last time the professor made a move, the earth-shattering blow was too shocking. In terms of characteristics, it almost completely restrained Chenong, distorting the boundaries between reality and illusion, between existence and non-existence. When Layla pierced Falcon's chest, strangled Spider-Man, and seriously injured Captain America, he erased these injuries from reality, making everyone think it was just an illusion. Then he made another move, creating the illusion of killing Layla, and then distorting it into reality. Killing people was easier than a scriptwriter. It could really be said to be terrifying and terrifying. Everything is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, and a shadow. That's how it is. He usually sits in a wheelchair and looks like a second-class disabled person. Now, I know that his realm is probably on the same level as Buddha. The professor hides his strength very deeply. If anyone really treats him as a disabled person, when he distorts himself and reality, I'm not even surprised when he uses the Buddha's palm. A person who can really do how strong his will is as strong as he is. Even burning the universe isn't as bad as him. Old Juan is also a strong person who can punch through the galaxy. The professor doesn't even need to use his full strength to fight him. So are all bald people so strong? Now he's already so abnormal. If one day he controls the reality gem and the mind gem, won't he go to heaven? Chin-Ong looked up at the sky and sighed. The road is long, and I'm searching for it for the sake of being abnormal. I give up my body and forget my emotions. Even if I die 9 times, I won't regret it. Following the most distorted and filthy place in his spiritual sense, the magnetic field outside Chen-Eng's body turned, and he had already cut through the sky. There was no obstacle in front of him. Although he was shuttling between the skyscrapers at an astonishing speed, he was silent like a blurry, hazy shadow in the night sky. The crazy, deformed mental infection in the air and the turbid flow of emotions roared and rushed in the streets, stirring up the hidden existence in the dark side of the city. In this filthy mental waste mixed with madness, greed, violence, blood, and destruction, a deformed and disgusting lump of flesh with countless tentacles waved its tentacles excitedly. Chapter 282. At the very center of the preparatory ceremony, the place, seething with malice, looked like an entertainment center from the outside. Under the dazzling neon lights, prostitutes and waitresses walked through the bustling crowd. The customers around them laughed impudently and touched their bodies with their large hands. More than half of the customers here did not look like good people. The other half might look normal on the surface. But how good could they be if they could survive here? Chen-Eng's body was considered well-proportioned and strong among Asians, but the people here were all European and American ghosts. Their muscles could handle 3 billies at the same time. An unfamiliar face like Chen-Eng's would inevitably attract some ill-intentioned provocateurs. After all, the least valuable thing here was people, but the most valuable thing was also people. Asian man. A black man stood up and gestured with his little finger. Is yours this big? He made an insulting gesture with his finger. Chun-Ong turned around in surprise. He understood why someone would provoke him. This was the territory of the local gangs. Fighting here would undoubtedly be seen as a provocation to their authority. The idiot in front of him was marking his territory, like a dog peeing, marking his prey. If Chun-Ong quarreled with them, the manager here would chase them all out. In New York, a healthy adult male was worth a lot of money to the major research institutions. Whether it was used as an organ donor or as a test subject, it was a huge sum of money to this idiot. Steel Cone picked up a bargain. Someone around whispered enviously. The black man had already squeezed through the crowd and stood behind Chun-Ong. The stench of sweat immediately wafted over. Chun-Ong looked at the plate of garlic pork in front of him regretfully. As Adam was born, this was the first time he had ordered a plate of authentic Chinese cuisine. Now he could no longer eat it. Chun-Ong raised his head and asked the black man very seriously, "Do you want to die?" He was speaking in Mandarin, but everyone there could understand him. Immediately, people's faces changed. Chun-Ong noticed that one of the waiters had a terrified expression on his face and hurriedly left the scene. It was a pity that most of the people there did not have such a brain. Someone in the crowd sneered. The black man was stunned for a second and wanted to laugh too. F***CK. Chun-Ong picked up the chopsticks next to him and stabbed them into his carotid artery. Chi! Blood spurted out from the small wound near the chopsticks. It sounded like the sound of the wind. With the chopsticks blocking the artery, the blood loss from the carotid artery was not fast, but the sound was really like the wind. Steel Cone still had time to cover his neck. He opened and closed his mouth like a catfish that had lost water. His face slowly lost color, and his hands grasped helplessly. All of this happened quickly, and not many people were mentally prepared. The moment the black man opened his mouth, the chopsticks appeared on his neck. The word F***CK had yet to leave his mouth, but it had already become something that he would never be able to finish in his entire life. The black man staggered and fell. Many people were still looking at the bamboo chopsticks. This time, they realized that the strange tableware on the table that was rarely used could also be a terrifying weapon. It was not until Chun-Ong pulled out another chopstick that the surrounding people finally reacted. Some people got up and prepared to leave, while others excitedly came over. The scene suddenly became chaotic. The local manager reacted very quickly. Almost at the moment the black man breathed his last, he basically controlled the scene. A thug very nimbly pounced on Chun-Ong, the steel core rubber roller in his right hand ruthlessly whipping at the right side of Chun-Ang's face. But before he could see it clearly, Chun-Ang's chopstick stabbed into his ribs again. This time, it directly pierced through the gap between his ribs and into his heart. When the chopsticks were pulled out, blood spurted out from his heart. Then, a total of 15 people fell in the hall until someone successfully pointed a gun at Chun-Ang's head. Other than the black man at the beginning, the rest did not even have time to react. Seeing Chun-Ong put down his chopsticks, everyone felt relieved. No one here had ever thought that the light yellow bamboo chopsticks would become such a terrifying weapon. Should we tie him up? One of the gunmen asked softly as 5 or 6 guns were aimed at Chun-Ang's vital parts. The leader of the gunmen stared at Chun-Ong nervously and scolded, "Are you crazy? He's an experimental. Who knows what kind of modifications he has gone through? Just let him stay quiet. I don't want to die yet." Therefore, the rest of the journey was peaceful. Chun-Ong followed them to the underground of the entertainment center. After passing through a series of heavily guarded checkpoints, someone explained in a low voice, "This is a newly discovered experimental. We don't know which laboratory he came from. He's causing trouble in the center. All experimental subjects are like this, mentally unstable. Let him go to Area C." A man with half his face disfigured sneered. Someone explained with a stutter, "We haven't figured out which laboratory he came from. His ability might be related to telepathy. If he's a valuable experimental subject, let him go to Area C," the man repeated. "There's a new program today and we need a batch of high-quality goods. The customers are tired of women and men being torn apart. We need something more exciting. This time the boss wants to play it big. A modified human is a good concoction." Chun-Ong could feel the boiling malice and filth rising with his words. A kind of hidden, complicated mental fluctuation that seemed to be mixed with all kinds of emotions enveloped the place. It was slowly changing everyone's mental state, corroding their minds. "So it's a ritual?" Chun-Ong glanced at the people here, and his eyes were indifferent. "Then these are the sacrifices. The apocalypse's method is really an efficient garbage cycle." Then he noticed that the person leading the way changed direction again and walked toward the area. After passing through a regular circular corridor, Chun-Ong could already feel the boiling atmosphere and mental power just a wall away from him. However, he still maintained his patience. At least he had to wait for the prey to enter. And this time, the prey was obviously unusually cunning. The electromagnetic fluctuations in the air became very chaotic, but Chun-Ong could still extract some things. The fragmented images were the surveillance cameras here, and they were all showing the surveillance and killing scenes of some fighting arenas. There were women with half a tree on them. On the screen, white figures jumped and swayed fiercely. Bloody men, heavily injured, and half-dead people were dragged off the stage and thrown into the trucks with the corpses. Bloody, twisted, and rotten things were produced on their bodies, providing nutrients for the altar that shrouded this place. There were also some images that made Chun-Ang's eyelids twitch. Some clean, clear-eyed children were locked in cages in fear. There were many cages like this, and they were all below the 2 sides of the arena. There were also a few that were clearly specially picked out. They looked cute and beautiful, and their cages were hung in the air above the arena. It caused sharp whistles and whistles from the stands on all 4 sides. They were the closest to the group of well-dressed, big-bellied, middle-aged, and old rich guests at the highest point of the stands. Some of the old women stuffed food into the cages as if they were feeding monkeys. The old and wrinkled rich men looked at these youthful, energetic bodies with jealousy and desire. A few of them stared at the most tender children with blazing eyes. "I'm a little angry," Chinong said seriously. This time, no one understood what he was saying. Those gunmen carefully opened a heavy metal door, and two big men with fierce eyes took over the task of escorting Chinong. They brought Chinong to the door of a room that was sealed with special alloy. Chinong thought this was a prison, but when he entered, he discovered that it seemed to be a simple and crude lounge. And there was already someone inside. The lounge was decorated very simply. Against the wall was a wardrobe, and next to it were a few water taps. Further back was a heavy gate, which seemed to be a passage to the arena. On the other side of the wardrobe, there was already a person sitting on a chair. He was wearing a dark red leather bodysuit. His hands were under his chin, and his head was lowered. The sound of Chinong entering did not seem to startle him at all. Or rather, it had startled him, but he did not show it, because he did not need to raise his head. He was blind. He was a superhero. Chinong did not expect to see Super Daredevil here. Although he remembered that he was in New York was now a dead city. Spider-Man had left, and Chinong was surprised to see him. "You smell blood, but your hands are clean." Super Daredevil actually spoke. Chinong thought that he was a quiet person. He did not know how he knew that Chinong's hands were clean. "I heard people outside say that you just killed 15 people. With your hands? How did you do it?" Chinong looked back at the gate and confirmed that it was at least 4 feet thick. Although the conductivity of metal was good, the thickness was a little too much. Then he looked at his hands. They were really clean. It did not look like he had just inserted chopsticks into more than a dozen people. "To be exact, I used chopsticks. It's easy to keep it clean. You just need to be fast enough." Chinong answered him. When he pulled out the chopsticks, he needed to be fast enough so that the blood that spurted from the artery would not stick to his hand. After saying this, Super Daredevil fell silent. Chinong had to take back his previous evaluation. He really was a quiet person. Chinong focused his attention on the arena that was not too far away from them. There were no windows that allowed them to see the arena, but it did not matter to the two of them. One of them had no eyes, and the other did not need to use his eyes to observe. The similarity was that the sounds of the arena were not guarded against them. Although there was a thick gate blocking their view, both of them could clearly see what was happening in the arena. To be continued. Chapter 283. The lights in the arena suddenly dimmed, and the noise from all 4 sides of the stands abruptly dropped by an order of magnitude. Then it became even louder, roaring, and deafening. The sound waves even suppressed the breathing of the 2 people in the enclosed waiting room. Several strong lights suddenly shone on the stage, highlighting the center of the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Death Arena." A host dressed exaggeratedly, like the clown, stood in the middle of the spotlight. Here, the most violent fights, the most hot-blooded battles. Everything here has no limits, and the life and death of the contestants will be decided by you. It's the same old rules. You can buy everything they have, including their lives and honor. At this point, the stage lights suddenly dimmed a little, and the band's accompaniment stopped. The clown, who stood in the middle, was like a toy, frozen there until he revealed a cruel and passionate smile. "Don't you guys think it's boring? Look at a few pitiful people struggling in the arena for survival and wealth. Yes, there have been boxing champions who fought for their lives here, and retired soldiers who fought in a selfless manner here. They displayed the hot-bloodedness of fighting and the courage of humanity to challenge the stronger. But what I can't forget the most is this match. The screens hanging at both ends of the arena switched to a recording. On it were some youths above the age of 14, but they were still underage. Compared to the previous broadcast, their skills were more unrefined. So these amateur boxers could only abandon their necessary skills and use methods that were crueler to themselves and their enemies to win. The host, the clown, raised his right hand high and cheered wildly with the audience on stage. A special show for minors. The children's struggle for their dreams. Many people say that there are no innocents in New York, that even the children here are scum, but I disagree. It's true that some of the minors who commit crimes on this stage are far crueler than adults, but this stems from their lack of understanding. So, with the careful preparation of the program team, some of these cute angels have begun to radiate the light of humanity. Among them are compassion, sacrifice, friendship, family, and all the greatest emotions in the world. The clown whispered to the camera, "But what I admire the most is love." Juliet from England was once a prostitute. When she contracted AIDS at the age of 12, she devoted herself to taking revenge on all men. Evil. Romeo from America, the only innocent among the contestants. He came from outside the bright and righteous city to find his scumbag father. Love is like a girl's skin being cut open by sharp teeth and blood gushes out, carrying the fragrance of roses. A clip of an average-looking, lanky boy flashed across the screen. His technique was excellent and his punches were decisive. However, he was different from the cruel madness of some of the other youths who appeared on the screen. He was more focused on dodging and attacking instead of vital points. Love originates from redemption. Juliet, who had fallen into hell, looked up at Romeo, who was in heaven. In her jealousy and yearning, she was redeemed by kindness and mercy through blood. Both of them came here with dreams that they had to accomplish. Romeo was cruel to everyone, but he loved his father with all his heart. Juliet was able to cure her disease and return to the light of day. They weren't strong, but with their wisdom and sincere emotions, they received help from many kind-hearted people in the audience. Of course, it was our help as well. Everyone likes dreams. So when they reached the end, when victory and hope, love and redemption were severed from each other, the most exciting battle in the history of the fighting arena was born. The video of the fight started to speed up. The expressions of pain, the tears of sorrow, and the determination of each other's attacks. The clown was practically trembling, and a wave of cheers and howls rose from the audience. This is real. This is kindness. This is beauty. This is the light we yearn for. This is God's redemption. I've never seen such a sincere, yet fake battle before. I was deeply fascinated by it. At the beginning, it was a man's resolute rupture, a fatal betrayal, and then a pair of lovers fighting with everything they had. It was filled with exciting betrayal and cruelty, but this was just a performance. When we exposed his deception, his pain made my soul sore. In order to let the lover dare to kill themselves, to fulfill their dreams, but not to be tortured by love and betrayal. I had the heart to kill Juliet, but in fact it was only for the sincere feelings of dying in her hands. My withered heart was nourished by them. Then it was the most absurd and most exciting battle in the fighting arena. It wasn't to kill the opponent, but to be killed by the opponent. It was a battle where the vitals of the body collided with the weapons. This scene even moved you people with hearts of stone. For the first time in history, your donations were placed on the redemption option. A total of $80 million to buy our release of the two of them. It surpassed the $48 million for killing Romeo and the $16 million for killing Juliet. All the demons bless this poor couple. The clown was so excited that his whole body trembled. He pointed a trembling finger at the highest point of the stands. "Mr. Robert, stand up and let everyone see." A kind-looking old man stood up and waved around the stands, but the audience booed loudly. It's this old man, he destroyed all dreams. In the signal broadcast, intercepted by S-H-I-E-L-D, Tony Stark looked at the screen and his eyes were about to bleed. As S-H-I-E-L-D, who has been monitoring Daredevil but accidentally found Adam's traces, Director Hill felt that he had messed up by inviting the Avengers this time. Robert. Tawny almost gritted his teeth and said, Tawny, it's not your fault. The Stark Industries division in New York is out of control. Robert has taken control of it and made it his own kingdom. Why is Adam there? Bruce's face was already green, and Hill didn't dare not answer him. He should have gone to strangle the demons that might appear there. Demons like Layla need a lot of negative emotions to grow. Adam seems to be able to perceive their growth, so he has been chasing those things. As soon as Hill finished answering the question, he turned around and found that Stark had turned into a red dot on the horizon. Turning around again, even Captain America picked up his shield and walked towards the Quinjet parked at the SHIELD airport. Captain, why would you think that I would be indifferent? Stark has something to do, and I have my responsibility. Hill, if SHIELD can't recognize its responsibility, then the Avengers might as well cooperate with Adam. It is our responsibility to fight against Adam and Apocalypse. No, it is your responsibility to protect the people. In the lounge, all the expressions on Chin Ang's face disappeared. He sighed and said to the only other person here, I've always felt that the title of Adam was not murderous enough and could not show my cruelty. Do you know? There are only wrong names, there are no wrong nicknames. Chan Ong began to wrap the white cloth strips provided by the lounge around his hands and said, The one called Apocalypse is generally very ruthless, and the one called Ancient Snake is probably more gloomy and hot-blooded. I'm the youngest of them, more naive and immature in thinking. In other words, I'm called Adam. I've been thinking now if I had a colder nickname, such as the Bloody Hand Butcher or something. Was it possible to be even crueler? Was it possible to make people feel fear, despair, and hate themselves for being born into this world? You don't just know how to blast them into pieces. At that time, will I be able to engrave my wrath on their souls and make them wish they were dead? The atmosphere in the fighting arena was already boiling, and the malicious roar of mountains and seas roared in Chin Ang's ears. $100 million, ladies and gentlemen. He paid $100 million for the right to kill Juliet in front of Romeo. At that moment, the entire arena was boiling. Among you, someone tried to assassinate Mr. Robert. Demons, you have failed to live up to your heart of stone. Of course, these conscientious gentlemen quickly turned into corpses and were thrown out of the arena. Our security is top-notch. Very soon, the price reached a new high. Romeo, $310 million. Juliet, $590 million, and there were requests for rape, torture, and corpse collection. Mr. Edward, I won't expose your hobby. The stands were filled with whistles, applause, and cheers. The host, the clown, sighed with a strange aria. The so-called tragedy is to destroy beautiful things for you to see. That was the most perfect curtain call of this arena for a tragedy. But this is not unrepeatable. In this hell we will offer you the elegy of light. Polish those beautiful things. Let them shine and then destroy them for you to see. Ladies and gentlemen, pot-bellied guests, villains who have committed all kinds of crimes. In this sinful city, we have carefully captured those with the most humanity and the light of redemption, the most innocent and pure little cuties, and the most powerful modified humans with the strongest combat power and incomparably crazy minds. Finally, the most surprising are the two knights of justice who tried to punish and redeem the superheroes of the sinful city. The knight of light who can't see the light, and the villain's nightmare, the knight of retribution who plunges into the darkness, the Punisher. The stands completely erupted. The villains shouted like a tsunami, and the stands were in a complete frenzy. Those fat, balding rich people were red in the face, and they were shouting hideously. The clown laughed loudly and pressed the button in front of him. The gates on the high platform opened one by one, and some ugly modified beasts roared out. Their hideous scales and muscles hid a violent power. Their angry roars drowned out the voices in the stands, causing a few people to cry out in alarm. The two gates that opened the slowest were on the far left and far right. Everyone knew that these were where the two superheroes would appear. The voices that had just quieted down suddenly rose again, but behind the slowly rising gate, only Chenong was smiling. He slowly walked out while wrapping a strip of cloth around his right hand. From left to right, he swept his gaze across the huge arena and the tens of thousands of spectators inside. Suddenly, his smile became even more radiant. Chapter 284. Chenong stood in the center of the arena and very naturally went to the place where the lights were the most concentrated. From left to right, he slowly swept his gaze across the entire stands. His gaze stopped for a moment on the alloy steel structure that protected the stands, and the corners of his lips suddenly curled up into a smile. Ignoring the modified beasts that were circling him warily, Chenong's gentle and firm voice resounded throughout the entire arena. "I like this place." The cheers around him paused for a moment. The spectators in the stands never expected to hear those words. They wanted to see the fighters and gladiators in pain, pleading, and the despair of fighting with all their might. They wanted to experience that feeling of superiority, not someone standing there and saying to them, "I like this place." For a moment, the atmosphere became a little strange. Then the clown burst out laughing and shouted excitedly to the surroundings. "What did I just hear?" He said he likes this place. "Oh, I like you too. I hope you like this place forever, huh?" The spectators like you too. There were people around him who started screaming and clapping. The clown raised his arms and shouted to the stands behind him, "Let us give him a little present and hope that he can live on with such optimism forever." "Sir, what's your name?" The clown jumped onto the stage and asked. Chenong waved his hand around. "You can call me Adam. Adam, son of God Adam, king of men Adam, brave Adam, let us cheer for Adam." The clown clapped excitedly and asked, "Then, Adam, why do you like this place? Look at them from where I am." Chenong pointed at the surrounding stands and used his finger to draw the shape of the protective net that enveloped the stands. "Don't you think that they are a group of idiots locked up in a cage? Our position is the center of the stage, the place with the most power, just like the bench of a court of law. When they can see this place clearly, standing here, you can also see them the most clearly. If we treat this place as a gladiator arena, that would be the stands, but if we treat this place as the stands, that's the Colosseum." The clown finished for him. He proudly raised the classical long pole microphone in his hand and pointed it at Chenong's head. He made a gesture to the surrounding stands, and the earth-shattering laughter almost overturned the entire arena. The clown exclaimed in an exaggerated voice, "Inke sighting! We have an interesting gladiator. He thinks he's a king, and I'm his funny jester. Everyone else here is trash." "Your Majesty," the clown stood in front of Chenong and shook his, but comically, "Please show me your power." While the clown was talking, Chenong had been retying the white bandage on his right hand. Looking at the clown's neurotic face that was smeared with poor quality paint, Chenong stretched out his 5 fingers and formed a fist in front of the clown's face. The audience around them became excited. Although the clown's performance was exaggerated and neurotic when he hosted the fights, very few people did not know how terrifying he was. In the death fights, the clown had an important task, which was to execute the gladiators who violated the rules, and he had never failed. In fact, everyone admitted that the clown was one of the scariest people in this city. He was also the person with the most power in this death arena, and hosting was more of his hobby. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the bloody opening that the clown presented to everyone. The smile on Chenong's face had disappeared without anyone noticing. Now his face was very calm, and he casually bulged the joints of his fist. The magnetized cells and bones made these rugged fingers much harder than normal alloys. It was as if he was wearing a pair of vibrating brass knuckles. An angry roar burst out from Chenong's dantian. As he roared, he took a step forward, and his whole body spun like a top. He released all the power accumulated in his muscles, and a straight punch whistled out. Before the clown could react, the punch landed on his face. His flesh split open, and half of his cheekbone exploded into bits. The clown's body spun in the air and slammed heavily into the fence surrounding the stands. Half of his skull was crushed, and his body twitched uncontrollably. "I'm sorry I couldn't hold it in." Chinong sighed and said, "It's just that your posture was too despicable. I felt that it was very convenient, so I—" Chinong made an apologetic gesture. F***CK. Someone suddenly shouted from the stands, and an entire arena exploded. Did he kill the clown? Is this a new opening? The clown must be somewhere else. That's a new performance. The voices surged like an exploding pot. Someone went to the fence and pulled at the clown's body. Then, an even more intense panic occurred. Even the few VIPs sitting on the highest platform could not sit still any longer. They whispered to the attendants standing beside them. Soon, a few fierce-looking thugs rushed up. They first checked on the clown's condition, and then quietly surrounded Chinong. "Everyone trash!" "Hello!" Chinong smiled and waved around. "Everyone, please be quiet. Listen to what I have to say." Even though his voice rang clearly in everyone's ears, the atmosphere in the arena only became more and more intense. Everyone was talking about something, and the arena was in an uproar. Someone shouted, "Let the clown come out!" Some people wanted to leave, and some people screamed in excitement. A few thugs moved forward, trying to subdue Chinong. They cautiously threatened him. "Kid, you're in trouble. You know." With a poof, his head and spine shot up rapidly. Chinong easily tore apart the bodies of everyone in front of him like he was tearing paper. Then he threw the exploded flesh and blood into the stands. Blood rained down, and what followed was Chinong's thunderous roar. "I told you to be quiet." Under the powerful aura, everyone consciously shut their mouths. Chinong coldly swept his gaze across the stage, until the place where his gaze passed immediately became silent. Only then did he open his mouth and say, "Everyone, I've seen enough of you scum who bully the weak. I need something fresher, something crazier, to stimulate the monster I'm looking for. Let's play a game. I'm the audience, and all of you are the performers. Please use your blood, your ugliness, your bodies, and your lives to please me. Cooperate with me to complete this game." Chinong raised his hands and pressed down slightly. All the metal in the arena twisted and moved like a chain reaction. The railings that protected the stands began to twist and tangle together. The hard alloys sealed off the stands like vines. The largest private rooms at the top were even simpler. The sturdy alloy doors were locked. Other than the side facing Chinong, there was no other exit. The first part of the game is called Revenge. Let's welcome our two guests, the cruel dark judge, the Punisher, and the hero of the night, the Daredevil. As Chinong spoke, he loosened the blood-soaked cloth on his hand. He gently shook the blood off his hand, and some salty liquid fell on the clown's face under his feet. "I'm Adam." Chapter 285. The spectator stands of the Colosseum had turned into a huge iron cage. Steel structures were constantly emerging from all directions, wrapping around the huge cage. Layers of steel bars were rolling about like a wall of thorns. As the people from other parts of the Colosseum were driven into the cage by the steel bars, the already narrow space of the stands became even narrower. Some of the weaker spectators were pressed against the wall, and the twisted metal thorns pierced through their bodies. As the crowd squeezed, the thorns rubbed against their flesh and blood. In a short while, more than a dozen people were hanging from the wall. Only the big shots at the top of the stands were able to maintain their composure. Each of them was silent, and their expressions were unpredictable. Some of them even looked at Chinong with some arrogance. Chinong knew that the forces they controlled were gathering all their strength. These people were probably still dreaming about how to torture themselves when the power to protect them arrived. They had been away from fear and nightmares for too long. What Chinong wanted to do was to make them remember. On the wide stage, more than a dozen mutated beasts guarded Chinong like loyal dogs. The youths and goods that were hung from a ceiling and locked in the cage had been released. They huddled together and hid at the back of the stage like fledglings. Daredevil and the Punisher stood calmly beside Chinong, as if they were spectators of the game. The purpose of this game is very simple. I need some people to die miserably, very miserably, the most miserably, in order to lure out some of the things hidden in the dark side of the world. Then I'll kill them all and save the world. I've already discussed the specifics with the two judges. They are very much in favor of using the flesh and blood of the dregs to save the world. They are also willing to contribute to the world. Our responsibility is to toy with you until you die, and your responsibility is to use your lives to make some contributions to the world. This is the big picture, and we have to focus on the big picture. Before Chun Ong could finish, all kinds of obscenities were vaguely heard from the stands. Everyone's voice was very low, but when they were joined together, it became a buzzing sound. Chun Ong looked around and asked softly, "Do you agree with this statement?" No one dared to look him in the eyes. Only then did Chun Ong smile. "Very good. Frankness is the first step between us, and we've completed this step very well. This is a successful exchange. I apologize to everyone here. Killing you is not my hobby, but sometimes, for the sake of the big picture, some sacrifices are unavoidable. I hope you understand." Chun Ong bowed to them. "Please, in order to save the world, you must die miserably." Feeling the boiling filth around him and the burning malice of the people in the stands, Chun Ong finally revealed a trace of a smile. However, this was still not enough. Comparing the huge of nutrients of the infected to the nutrients squeezed out of these crops, the crops and chin kama of the "your hatred, your pain is not strong enough." Rubbing his Tianying acupoint tiredly, Chun Ong casually pointed his index finger. Two mutant beasts squatting next to him immediately rushed into the crowd. The thorns opened a path for them, and the crowd desperately retreated, avoiding them. More victims were squeezed and hung on the thorny wall, pushed by the crowd, feeling the pain of the tiny thorns piercing their bodies. It was like stirring a hemp rope in their bodies. So someone squeezed in the opposite direction, so that the mutant beasts could easily pick out a poor person, take him away, and put him in front of Chun Ong. The man looked left and right, his eyes full of madness and despair. Chun Ong patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, it's a good thing. It won't torture you." Chun Ong smiled and pointed to the stands. "The question is very simple. Find someone you know among them and tell me his weakness, okay? What he cherishes, what he dreams, what he fears." As the clown said before, it's a tragedy to destroy a person's beautiful things for him to see, right? This was a terrible question. As soon as it was asked, someone in the crowd shouted wildly, "Adam, you son of a B asterisk TCH, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. Aren't you a superhero? You're F asterisk king, threatening us with your family. Superhero." Chun Ong was stunned, then shook his head firmly. "Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm just an ordinary person who likes this world. There are many people who like this world as much as I do. Is it your family that you care about? Please sacrifice yourself and your family for the greater good, okay? F asterisk CK." The man punched the thorns with his fists almost crazily, letting his fists be cut into a bloody mess, revealing the white bones. He just roared, "Kill me if you can. Kill me." "You're very emotional." Chun Ong sighed. He turned back to the man in front of him and asked, "Do you know where his family is? Tell me." The man in the crowd wailed in despair, his voice almost tearing his throat. "Arthur, don't listen to him, Arthur. I beg you, don't listen to that B asterisk TCH. Adam, kill me. Arthur was almost scared out of his wits by Chenong. He trembled, almost unable to speak. Chenong was very gentle. He said to him very gently, "Don't panic, look at me. It's just a few words. Do you have a dream? It hasn't been realized yet. What a pity. Tell me. It's just a matter of a few words." "Okay. Bell Street, right? Thank you." Chenong patted his face. After Arthur let out a sigh of relief. He wrapped the clean cloth around his face again and punched him in the face. Arthur's face was flattened, and one of his eyeballs fell out. He struggled on the ground in pain. Chenong punched him in the chest again. Organs and black blood splattered out of his mouth. He struggled in pain for a while before dying. "He already said it," someone in the crowd asked in despair. "So I gave him a reward." Chenong spread his hands in confusion. "Are you going to torture him again? You're too cruel. I promised him a quick death." "Then what's the difference between him and those who died?" Robert asked through the microphone in the private room. He was pointing at the corpses hanging on the thorns. "The difference is that I won't go after what he cherishes," Chenong said calmly. "Today I must find the infected. If the sacrifices aren't enough, I will start from your family, lovers, and children. Trust me, if this process doesn't go smoothly, it will be a huge number. I don't want this to happen. So please, you must die a horrible death." Chenong drew a circle around the corpses hanging on the thorns. "Start from them." The blood and cruelty in his words made everyone shudder. Chenong was still sighing. "It's a pity to kill clowns so early. He was a talent. When I think of the huge number, I regret it." Then he turned back to the center of the stage. At this time, the cloth around his hand was dyed red, and blood was even dripping from his fist. Rubbing his fingers, Chenong searched the crowd for a while and finally found the man who had spoken earlier. "Arthur said you're called, right?" Chenong looked at everyone. His voice was not very loud, it was even a little low. He said frankly, "Your family is fine now, but I will definitely reunite your family and participate in this game together. You're still alive. The most important thing is to be happy. Happy is to be together as a family. Even if we go to hell together, we will still be happy. I hope your family is happy." Chenong's calm tone and the painful wails formed a sharp contrast. It was like a black and white scroll that was gradually blurring, mixing up the black and white, turning yellow and crisp. What about tragedy? It is to take the things that others cherish and destroy them. What about pain? It is to let them experience the process of tragedy over and over again. What about despair? It is when tragedy comes, there is no way for you to avoid it. Today, I bring tragedy, pain, and despair to you, not only to torture you, but also so that you can find redemption in the process. Apocalypse, ancient snake, Adam, the Trinity, Amen. May Apocalypse bless you. Chapter 286. When Chenong's gaze swept across the crowd again, everyone who was stared at by that calm and even indifferent gaze felt a chill run down their spines. Fear and anger interweaved, transforming into an indescribable emotion that surged in their chests. The clown, who was ignored by everyone, suddenly struggled twice and stubbornly raised his bloody head. At first, there was confusion in the clown's eyes, but when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, his eyes turned to fear. He used his fingers to dig at the floor and moved inch by inch, but his speed was too slow. Soon, a pair of shoes stopped before his eyes. The clown lifted his head and saw Chenong looking at him with his head tilted to one side. That gaze was cruel and cold, and the clown could not help but be stunned. The fear that came from being pushed to the brink turned into a wave of hostility. The clown bared his teeth and grinned at Chenong. "I think I've had you before." When the clown laughed, Chenong jogged back to his original spot. He dug out a stone brick from the corner and walked straight toward the clown. Before the clown could finish, he smashed the brick on his forehead. Once and again, the surrounding people were as quiet as cicadas in winter. In this rather large arena, other than the sound of breathing. There was only the sound of bricks smashing into flesh. After a few more hits, the clown collapsed to the ground. Chun-Ong had no choice but to drag him by his legs to the center of the stage. A long trail of blood flowed like a brush. The clown, who was dragged on the ground like a dead dog, used the last of his will to leap up from the ground and pounce at Chun-Ong. He bit at Chun-Ong like a dying wolf. The blood and flesh on his body scattered like water droplets, and a terrible aura washed over Chun-Ong. Chun-Ong kicked the clown's lower abdomen, and a clear breaking sound could be heard. The clown's upper and lower body were almost folded, and his spine was twisted into a U shape. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Squatting down before the clown, Chun-Ong studied him carefully. "You're called the clown?" He pointed at the clown's mouth. "No, this is not the clown at all. Where does the clown's charm come from? Love and madness. You're crazy enough, but not loving enough. I want to see what you care about the most. Then, let me tell you a very clown truth. Bad days can turn anyone into me." Chun-Ong flipped through the clown's memories and then randomly scribbled them like graffiti. Finally, he took out his knife and made a smile on the clown's face. The clown tried to stop him. He raised his hand weakly to grab Chun-Ang's pants, struggling desperately. Chun-Ong pulled out the brick and aimed it at the hand. Once, twice. The hand that was only connected by a layer of skin and flesh could no longer hold on to Chun-Ong. Chun-Ong shoved the knife into the clown's mouth and soon finished his work. Looking at the clown's wide smile, he calmly took a few steps back and turned around to sigh. Now this is what a clown should be like. The Colosseum was a small enclosed space. If one stared at the blinding light for too long, their eyes would go blurry. More and more iron spikes were entangled in the space. The orange, old light shone on the thorny bush. The blood and rust intertwined, creating a cruel atmosphere. The mechanical, cold, and simple test and game continued. The lucky corpses hung on the wall of thorns. The corpses were pierced by the iron spikes, and they hung randomly like crosses. As the corpses piled up, the smell of blood permeated the air. An indescribable sense of malice and cruelty flowed in the void. It nourished this evil soil. Chun-Ong did not lack sacrifices. There was always an endless supply of sacrifices coming from all over the city to provide materials for this bloody, sacrificial ground. The game continued. The lucky ones who completed the first round were all turned into corpses, and those who failed could only continue the cruel game for the sake of their loved ones. For the sake of his family, Hook did not have to participate in the game. He tried his best to fulfill the condition of the end of the game. He used all his inspiration and creativity to create nightmares, blood, and cruelty. The number of survivors decreased, and Chun-Ong and the rest did not need to intervene anymore. The villains tortured each other. They spun like a millstone, grinding themselves and others into meat paste. The game became crueler as it progressed. When Robert left the stage, the scene had reached a point where even Chun-Ong could not bear to watch anymore. That's why I said that no matter how talented you are, you can't compare to a good system. Chun-Ong gestured to the Punisher. In the beginning, my methods were relatively crude. I could only scare those who were weaker and had concerns in their hearts, but later on, I dug out those who had a strong motivation to end everything. They start to move to complete this task. This is a good start for the system. It can gradually improve itself. Those who don't have the motivation become fuel and are gradually consumed. However, those who have the motivation, whether it's revenge or madness, will not be able to do anything about it. They were creative, and the system gave them the conditions to unleash their creativity. In this process, I only needed to tinker with the foundation of the system, and they would complete the game themselves. Now we have 13 carriers. Chun-Ong scanned the twisted bodies. The clown Robert Gatsby. These were all people who could not be redeemed from the game. Their fates would be 10 times worse than those who had died. a malice so thick that it almost materialized, permeated the slaughterhouse. Daredevil led the fledglings away, while the Punisher violently dispersed the residents around the building. The wounds on the 13 carriers had already scabbed over. Logically speaking, they should have been dead by now. However, under the influence of a strange power, not only were they still struggling and howling with resentment, the wounds on their bodies were even healing. Tiny tentacles grew out of the flesh from the wounds and groped around their bodies. In Chun Ang's perception, these people's bodies were rapidly changing. There was indeed something descending into their bodies from the void. An entire process of mutation made his scalp go numb. This was unparalleled torture for the carrier's souls. With just one look at those indescribable beings, the minds of ordinary people would be greatly polluted and pushed to the brink of madness. Even people as smart as Stark and as determined as Captain America will be seriously affected. And these carriers can be said to be in close contact with those monsters. They were inserting their bodies into their bodies while they were still alive. As someone said, a bad day will turn anyone into me. Chapter 287. The entire arena had been completely covered by a large number of monsters. They were nourished by the dead bodies here, constantly growing and transforming. This place used to be like hell, but now it was undoubtedly hell. A huge creature that looked like a meatworm was molting bit by bit from a dead body. Its body was covered in mucus, and its mouth was filled with countless spiral sharp teeth. Its high-pitched cries vibrated at a high frequency far beyond the limits of human hearing, driving anyone who tried to get close to it crazy. The Punisher stood at a place that was a head taller than it. He waved his huge axe and jumped down from a high place. The axe cut deep into its body, creating a wound that was big enough to cut a person in half. Their skin is very tough. The Punisher yelled behind him and then added, their regenerative ability is also very strong. I suspect that they are like earthworms. Even if they are cut in half, they will not die. Chun Ong floated over from afar and pressed his palm on the body of the meatworm. The powerful magnetic field instantly tore the meatworm's body apart, and the structured flesh and blood were smashed into meat paste by the high-frequency vibration. The constant splitting force of the meatworm's body was followed by a slap. Shards and blood rained down, and the few meatworms that had not yet finished molting were turned into sieves. The infected are very difficult to deal with. You have to beat them up like this so that they will not give you any more trouble. After Chun Ong demonstrated to the Punisher, he ignored the pained expression on his face. His mission was more important. These monsters might be difficult to deal with for ordinary people, but for Chun Ong, they were just some harmless little animals. After he was done with the big ones, these little things would be very easy to deal with. Even the government and the army could deal with them. The real threat to human survival was still twisting and expanding. The endless swollen flesh waved countless tentacles, wrapped in mucus, and the big mouth without eyes drooped disgusting mucus. It was like a group of entangled earthworms. The pink flesh was twisted and deformed, and it was still expanding. At this time, the magnetic field controlled by Chun Ong had covered a small half of the city. His muscles, bones, and blood were all in a perfect state of magnetization. The power of the magnetic field was unimpeded in his body. A casual shake of his hand could produce a power that could shake a city. Of course, Chun Ong wouldn't put his fist in direct contact with this disgusting thing. The air was like an extension of Chun Ang's body. The magnetic gas controlled by the magnetic field perfectly extended his power. The powerful impact and vibration carried a force of hundreds of tons with each wave. The pink mountain of flesh had already turned into a sea of blood. The flesh that was dozens of meters deep on its surface was directly blasted into pieces. Each time it hit, it would lose the volume of a small building. It was unknown what material the Child of Darkness body was made of. Chun Ang's magnetic field was completely unable to magnetize it, so he could not directly control it and penetrate every cell in its body. Now, every time Chun Ong attacked, the black goat of the forest, child of darkness, would suffer great damage. However, as it became more and more infected, it would only expand faster and faster. It was also rapidly adapting to Qin Ang's attacks. With this monster's powerful instincts, if this continued, Chen Ong would not be able to kill it. In the time that Chen Ong casually killed the strange insect, the child of darkness's shattered body and tentacles had already grown back. Its material form had changed once again. Tough and weak skin tissue covered its many layers of muscles. The vibration conduction between the dozens of layers of skin was getting weaker and weaker. When it was attacked, it would fall off on its own. In the previous attack, Chinong could still shatter flesh dozens of meters deep, but in the next attack he could only peel off a few meters of skin. The tentacles became more slender and had evolved to have a frog's tongue. The tip was wrapped in venom and acid. It had a very terrifying corrosive ability, and the threat it posed to Chinong was also more fatal. Clearly, these were all changes that had occurred in order to adapt to Qin Ang's attacks. Qin Ong could already feel that the child of darkness was thirstily absorbing the information of this world. There were more and more terrifying things, and they were just embryonic forms. For example, the highly radioactive matter in its core that was constantly splitting, and the bioelectric structure created by a few tentacles. Qin Ong sneered coldly as he looked at this descendant of darkness who kept evolving and encompassed everything in its surroundings into its own body, using its own crazy and chaotic nature. Qin Ong was able to evolve, distort, and mutate without a care in the world as it piled up black technology in its body. He never thought that he would be forced to this state by a child in the form of Sardra's black goat of the forest. The power of the magnetic field actually can't do anything to a deformed monster like you. No matter how much material I shatter, no matter how much physical damage I produce, I really can't do anything to a monster like you who can proliferate endlessly and replace defense with size and growth. One blow of mine can transmit the power of the Earth's magnetic field rotation by 250,000 times, which is enough to blast open the Earth's core. But I can't do anything to Amir you. I'm still too weak, and the path of the strong is also a path that defies the heavens. But a mere insect is blocking in front of me, and I can't actually kill it. That's definitely because I'm not crazy enough. Qin Ong smiled coldly and traced his spirit back to the source, using the present to simulate the future, obtain the power of the future, and explode with infinite combat power. There was a precondition for this, and that was to trace the future. One must have the power to kill the child of the black goat of the forest. If it was a person who did not make progress, his future might not be so strong. But he didn't know the future of others. But he knew Qin Ang's future very clearly. That guy from Apocalypse, he's so strong. Not to mention Amir Yu. Even if the real black goat of the forest or the god of blindness and stupidity queued up to come over, they would also be scared into hiding by him, because he's simply strong, stronger than a god. He's the strongest I know. Adam's consciousness delved into the depths of his mind, reaching out in a mysterious direction. A powerful feeling of power filled his body for no reason, and an indescribable radiance flowed out from Adam's eyes. The entire world seemed to have changed in front of his eyes, or it could be said that he himself had changed. Is this the world in the eyes of Apocalypse? No, it's not. Because of the restrictions of the ancient snake, I can't trace back to Apocalypse, and I can only touch a little of Apocalypse's shadow. But this is enough for me to see this world clearly. Qin Ong looked at the child of darkness, whose body had expanded several times, and laughed wildly. It's so weak. It's so powerless. It's just a whore that can be bullied and humiliated by anyone. Qin Ong didn't know how the apocalypse would destroy the target in front of him, but he knew how he should destroy everything in front of him. Qin Ong stretched out his palm and pressed it against the void in front of him. The palm force enveloped the entire space, and a powerful electromagnetic force instantly pressed down heavily on an area of dozens of miles. Every atom, every molecule, was stagnated under this pressure, condensed into a whole body, and firmly pressed down on the monster like a huge prison. This space seemed to be separated from the rest of the world, becoming a small world in the palm of Chinong. Everything in this space, including the monster, matter, energy, space, and time, were all in Chinang's palm. In the monster's eyes, Chinong seemed to have turned into a giant in the sky, looking down at the world. It was like a plaything in his palm, a monkey that couldn't jump out. Strings, protons, neutrons, atomic nuclei, electrons, atoms, molecules, macromolecules, all the elements. Hydrogen, helium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, neon, silicon, phosphorus, their structures were clear, and Chinong could easily control them. The electromagnetic force broke through the van der Waals limit and began to penetrate deep into the static electrons of the atomic nuclei. The cathode rays were stimulated at the periphery of the atoms, and the electrons became rays. The atoms emitted radiation, and a high concentration of complex energy gathered in the space of this palm. The boiling chain reaction, the collapse of the atomic structure, and the sudden explosion of endless energy in Chinang's palm. A whole 10 kilometers of matter was vaporized. Endless energy was released, and then, like dominoes, it drove more one energy. It was as if Chinang's palm was grabbing a sun. Chinong laughed wildly, as if he had crushed an ant in his hand. Level 3 of the titanium body, blazing fire! Chinong slowly turned his palm over, and the dazzling sun was extinguished in his palm. With him as the center, all the living creatures except for the dark progeny were unharmed. However, the huge matter of a huge pit with a width of 10 kilometers disappeared together with the dark progeny in Chinang's palm. Above their heads, the Avengers silently watched all this happen. Chapter 288. As the sun rose over Leningrad, the city that used to be called St. Petersburg was shrouded in the afterglow. The bright red sun sprinkled gold and red all over the city. Young Red Army soldiers curled up in their mobile armors and slept. With the chill of early winter, a thin layer of ice was frozen on the outer shell of the armor. One after another, huge steel armors spread infinitely on the horizon, and the sun dyed everything bright red. Comrade Ivan Danilovich, the comrades are already asleep. The enemy is surrounded by us between Highland 1 and the Red Guard's military region. Our strong particle cannons hit them hard, and the infection this time is under control. A commissar in a coat stood in the cold of the morning and observed the situation opposite the position. The place was almost in ruins. The ashes caused by the electromagnetic pulse cannons and strong particle flows covered the ground, and the gray land was lifeless. If one looked carefully, one could vaguely see traces of small nuclear weapons, plasma and ray weapons, and some artificial organs and weapon fragments of the Black Star troopers were also scattered here. Although the soldiers were sleeping soundly after a night of fierce fighting, Ivan Danilovich knew that as long as one of the enemies dared to show their head, they would face the merciless slaughter of the Red Army snipers in the dark. Although the underground attacks of the giant devouring worms are blocked by the phase defense layer, the threat of the direct descendants of darkness, Shub-Niggurath, is far from eliminated. The Guard's legion has been entangled with them in outer space for 3 days, and the situation is far from optimistic. Their vitality is too strong, and they can devour almost any material and use any energy that exists in any situation. Comrade Ivan, the enemy here can be wiped out in only one morning. Please transfer us to outer space. The 3rd Armor Division will not embarrass the Red Army. We will bury the enemy on the battlefield. Commissar Ivan Danilovich shook his head and said, "Since last week, there have been a total of 13 small infection incidents, 5 large infection incidents, and a large infection disaster in Stalingrad. The Red Army has eliminated a total of more than 3 million enemies in previous battles, accounting for 90% of the total number of enemies. But there are 9 descendants of darkness, and we have only eliminated 3 of them. For this, we have paid a lot of sacrifices. The Red Army soldier standing opposite Ivan raised his hand to stop him. He looked at the rising sun and said with emotion, I may die, but my will of steel will never die. Comrade, my memory tells me that I fell in Stalingrad as early as 1942. It was the leader's sacrifice that awakened me and allowed the Red Army soldiers to stand up again to defend this country. I believe it was not the fear of death that made us stand up, but all that we hold dear. Even if the girl I love is old, even if my dear grandmother is in heaven, even if everything I know fades from this world, so long as my motherland remains, the Red Army will always be willing to sacrifice for it. To us, death is not a funeral song, but a heartwarming tune from our hometown. He saluted Ivan and said loudly, Comrade Ivan Danilovich, please allow the 3rd Armored Division to join the battle. His voice woke up the sleeping warriors. From time to time, some of the warriors climbed out of their mobile armors and looked at them. The morning sun shone on their faces. The faces of the warriors were blurred in the sunlight, but they were all facing Ivan Danilovich. The awakened Armored Division exuded a high aura and looked at Ivan Danilovich proudly. For the great leader, Commissar Ivan Danilovich also saluted. General Pavel Semyonovich Zitnev, please lead the division to outer space, number 5 this afternoon. Hurrah! The entire 3rd Armored Division was in an uproar. The Red Army soldiers waved the flag of the army proudly and reactivated the mobile armors. A young warrior naughtily opened the external communication panel of the cockpit and inserted his precious cassette into it. Soon, a melodious song began to reverberate in the position. This is an uplifting song, remembering when the invaders pressed across the border. The soldiers bid farewell to their homes and boarded the train. This song accompanied them on their journey, singing it to defend Moscow in 4 years, singing it to enter Berlin in 4 years. After the wave of infection was completely detonated, the powerful invading infected set off a terrible war on Earth. Weak countries were almost powerless to resist, and ordinary humans were slaughtered when faced with them. In North America, Adam and the Avengers made a temporary cooperation and barely suppressed the infected in a few barren areas, successfully limiting the spread of the infected. In Eurasia, the IPL was like a solid arm, resisting the first wave of crazy counterattacks of the infected. In the subsequent large-scale counterattacks, the 3 leaders of the CPL even joined hands to fill the infected people in the outer space of the spherical enclosed world created by the Republic and launched 3 large-scale annihilation campaigns, almost hanging the infected people up and beating them up. They even had the strength to support other allied countries and regions. The Soviet Red Army's armored forces and Star Destroyer fleet swept across the Middle East, crushing the infected and the cults that worshipped the infected with iron fists. The European community's Star 6 combat team and Near-Earth planetary combat team controlled the situation in North Africa, while the Republic's dimensional warriors were responsible for the most powerful infected in South Asia. The phase space shield protected the local cities, and the distorted space blockade successfully separated the infected from the main forces. Spatial distortion weapons, antimatter weapons, dark energy weapons, and proton weapons scorched the continent. The dimensional soldiers were like unstoppable hammers, smashing apart the resistance of the infected people one by one. For a time, the Dimensional Legion advanced triumphantly, sweeping away everything before them. Although the Nazis suffered heavy losses in South America and South Africa, they did not let the situation go out of control. Only the Central African Desert and Antarctica became the strongholds of the infected. Because the Arctic Ocean was close to the Soviet Union, the Red Army swept through it. The wave of destruction set off by Sargeras and the Outer Gods was immediately brought under control. Under the suppression of the IPL, the Nazis, and the U.S.-Canadian alliance, the infected did not wreak havoc on the entire world as imagined. What even surprised some alien forces who were paying attention to Earth was that several countries of human civilization showed amazing combat power in the process. The war here did not even cause the IPL army to withdraw. In fact, when some observers looked directly at the outer gods, they were also infected by their existence and went crazy. They set off a disaster of infection in the star where they were, and accidentally wiped out many alien civilizations. The IPL was not as polite to the aliens as Earth. Generally, when a planet was infected, it would be directly thrown into a star fission furnace made by the Soviet Union, and the destructive heat of the burning star would completely cleanse it. It was hard to say whether the infection exterminated them or the Soviet Union destroyed them. In the Kremlin, General Secretary Yuri was dealing with the strong protests of some other alien civilizations against the Soviet Union's destructive cleansing policy. He replied earnestly, "We are sincerely saddened by these unfortunate disasters, but this is not a reason for us to allow them to spread. I believe that we have and must deal with such incidents a difficult and resolute cleansing. All corrupting factors and potential threats must be cleansed. This is our responsibility and obligation." After replying to the letter, Yuri looked at the map and said, "Our allies believe that we should take more responsibility for the current complex situation on Earth. The actions of the infected are likely to be just the beginning. How to face the global threat created by the apocalypse is also a problem for the Soviet Union. For this reason, Professor Charles proposed to form an organization with diverse members to deal with the threat of Sargeras flexibly. A small organization with enough combat power to fight against Sargeras. It will first be a global organization, representing the countries in the world that have the ability to participate, negotiate, cooperate, and fight. But because of the serious division of the international situation, this unified organization can hardly be born. So according to the current 3 camps on Earth, there will be 3 small organizations to establish a cooperative relationship against the disaster of infection. We are the liberators of the IPL, the last fortress of capitalism, the avengers of the North American Defense League, and the Nazi arbiter. Other ability users who join as individuals will act within the framework of this organization. Chapter 289. Dusk quietly arrived in Leningrad, and the sound of gunfire seemed to have gone far away, but the streets were still sparsely populated. The cold snap of early winter had covered the ground with a layer of white frost. The surrounding small buildings were dark, and there were no signs of people or lights. But in the activity center of the collective unit, there was laughter and singing. The enthusiastic Slavic dance music filled the young people on the dance floor with youthful restlessness. The elderly and middle-aged people chatted, and the scene was very lively. But there were also some people sitting in various secret corners of the banquet, enjoying their own quiet. Natasha sat at the table in a daze. Someone got up and sat down opposite her. "What's wrong? Not used to such a scene?" Natasha shook her head and said with a smile, "No, in fact, I'm more familiar with it than most people. For young people, the Soviet Union has become a memory. Not many of them grew up in that gilded era. When they can remember, the sky in Russia has already been covered with a layer of lead gray. For those comrades who have been resurrected, such a memory is too distant and unfamiliar. Most of them have died in the war and have not been able to see that era, and I am the generation that really grew up in that era." Natasha raised her glass to him, skillfully smeared caviar on the bread, and took a shallow bite. "What about you? This collective life, unique to the evil empire, must be very strange to you?" "Actually, it's not." The man shook his head with a smile. "In the era I lived in, the United States was indeed more family-oriented. We paid more attention to small families. For Americans, the collective belongs to the church and the church. But I also came from a worker's family, and this kind of factory life filled the first half of my life. Why don't you go back to the United States? Rogers is still waiting for you. After Agent Carter died, you are his only family in this world." Natasha asked the man opposite her, Dongbing, who had recovered his memory. "If I go back," Bucky said in a low voice, "that is the beginning of the division of the Avengers. I have done a lot of wrong things. With all due respect." Natasha wiped her mouth with a napkin and said, "That has nothing to do with you. It was us. When we joined forces with Hydra, we caused a lot of trouble for the U.S. government. You don't have to blame yourself at all. With my understanding of Rogers, he can solve this problem. He can't solve it. The rift between the two camps of freedom and democracy is getting deeper and deeper, and the more turbulent the society is, the more likely class conflict is to intensify." Bucky turned to look at her and whispered, "When the United States government faces a crisis, bureaucratic instinct is also necessary to centralize power. The major capital groups, due to conflicts of interest and self-preservation factors, also greedily seek power, as well as the rights and voices of the people. Under the pressure of the crisis, the United States, which seemed to be united, became more and more serious. When America splits, the Avengers won't be spared. I just don't want to be the trigger for all this." Bucky shook his head gently and sighed. "And you? I know the plan China is preparing. It's almost a fatal blow. You are destroying the foundation of our country. We have always hoped that the Americans would stand up and liberate the United States, so we have decided to make a commitment. Once the U.S. changed its social form, the European community would invite the U.S. to join the Revolutionary Alliance. This was a joint promise made by China, the Soviet Union, and the European community. The European community system is the example of the United States. It is not as incompatible with you as we and China are. In the face of super-fast productivity, the superstructure built by human beings based on economic relations is worthless. The collapse of the United States this time is almost unstoppable. At that time, Tani will go crazy. Rogers will face this problem sooner or later. At that time, will he stand on the side of the traditional system or the side of the people of change? No matter which side, he won't stand with Tani." Natasha said firmly, "I know Tani, playboy, billionaire, the head of Stark Industries, superhero. He is a fanatic supporter of American freedom." "Wait, what is American freedom?" Bucky interrupted her. "The richer you are, the freer you are." Natasha said sarcastically, "This is American freedom. When Tani finds out that these halos around him are worthless, he will go crazy to stop it. At that time, Rogers will have no choice. At that time, the superheroes and supercriminals of the United States will ignore their own position as never before. Whether they are righteous or evil, whether they are heroes or villains, if there is a middle road, then they will find that they have to make a choice in the end. The world will be divided into two camps." Natasha raised her glass. "Power will eventually belong to the people. We will see Osborn, Stark, Hammer, Nathaniel, Murdoch, and Killian standing together. At that time, you will have no choice. Beijing, Liberator, first base in the metal-glazed ceramic culture tank. Rows of descenders were sleeping. These descenders were in different shapes. Most of them were humanoid, and a small number were alien. But even if they were humanoid descenders, they were made of different materials. Some had even completely changed except for their human appearance. At the very front of the breeding tank was a descending body made of metal muscle fibers and body tissues. Next to it was a descending body that looked extremely similar to a human. Further to the side, the descending bodies became even stranger. There was a descending body that was pure energy enveloped in a high-energy magnetic confinement environment, and a descending body that was completely illusory, like a ghost. They were numbered differently and of different types. Other than the researchers here, it was difficult to guess their adaptive environment and functions. This was the largest descender research center for dimensional warriors. After the Republic of China successfully separated human bodies and spirits and discovered the complex quantum phenomena and connections between the two, it began to be established. Now, it had become the largest manufacturing center for dimensional warriors. The most convenient and basic ability for every dimensional soldier would always be the ability to descend into their bodies. Just like the rifle manufacturing factory in the past, this was the manufacturing center for dimensional warriors' basic equipment. There are actually many types of descenders, other than the dragon series commonly used by the military, which is the Inglong, Horn Dragon, and Flood Dragon series. We also have the Witch series, Demon series, Beast series, God series, and so on. There are even more specific subdivisions. For example, the Beast series has Mountain Sea, Divine, Beast, Vicious Beast, and Monster. The Descenders here have various functions such as civil, exploration, military, and war. Just the exploration type alone has models for terrestrial planets, the surface of stars, the vacuum of the universe, and other interstellar exploration models. There are also space exploration, parallel world exploration, and even the most advanced dimensional exploration models. Of course, the corresponding functions of each model are confidential. I can't tell you. Luo Ji shook his head and joked. When we established the Liberators this time, the organization opened up the Descender warehouse for us. We will carry the most suitable Descender to fight. Don't tell me we're the only 2 members this time, Yang Qi said doubtfully. Luo Ji shook his head. They're already here. You're the last one, so I'll introduce you separately. Reporting in, Captain. I just returned from the outer space front lines and rushed here without stopping. Yang Qi replied with a straight face. I understand your situation. Luo Ji smiled. Slayer and the others put up a very tenacious resistance. There's information that Slayer might have locked onto Earth's coordinates again, so you might meet this old opponent on Earth. Don't worry, there's no lack of enemies on Earth. After fighting the Titans, we'll fight Adam, and after fighting Adam, we'll fight Slayer. After we've finished everything, there's still the apocalypse waiting for us. Come, let me introduce you to your future Descender and teammates. Luo Ji brought him to a metal breeding tank. The human body inside was still in its embryonic form, but he could already make out its basic structure. The well-proportioned muscles and carbon-based body made Yang Qi feel extremely familiar. Fortunately, it's a carbon-based human body. If it had an energy structure or a silicon-based structure, I wouldn't feel comfortable using it. Chapter 290. The descending body in the breeding tank was extremely perfect. Even though it had the exact same build as Yang Qi, there was no doubt that this was a perfect template. The golden ratio of musculoskeletal structure had a degree of relaxation and balanced muscle tissue, as well as powerful internal organs. Yang Qi touched the window outside the breeding tank, as if he could sense the boundless vitality within this body. However, Yang Qi's attention did not wander. He keenly noticed the strange expression on Luo Ji's face. Is this descending body some special model? Yang Qi took a step back, carefully sizing it up. Is it a Tautai with devouring cells? Or is it the newly discovered nuclear cell model, Uranium Dragon? None of them. Luo Ji couldn't help but raise his head to look at this descending body. It's not a biological structure. Even though it has a cellular form, in reality, this Chao Feng descending body is an imitation of life. The cells that make up its body aren't biological, but rather a carbon-based computer that imitates the structure of cells. Yang Qi received a huge blow. In other words, this is actually a robot? Not really. Apart from the fact that it doesn't have genes, it can imitate all forms of cell operation, and when necessary, it can reach a state that a biological cell can never achieve. Luo Ji explained helplessly. In short, this is a superhuman body material. Its ability depends on the amount of information your quantum cycle can carry. Your body can display the corresponding power based on how powerful your soul is. In the end, Luo Ji could only advise him like this. Sounds impressive. Then where are my other 2 teammates? Yang Qi looked around. How come I don't see them? Luo Ji took a few steps back, opening up a spot next to the breeding tank. This was the second breeding tank. It was made entirely of metal, connected to 14 or 15 wires, all of them connected to the base's energy core. An astronomical amount of energy surged out from the proton reactor, all of it pouring into this black, hole-like, metallic body, but it didn't produce the slightest reaction. Yang Qi's attention shifted here, and only then did he notice the strangeness of this descending body. This is adamantium. It's not the inferior, mass-produced goods, nor is it like the beta-grade adamantium that is most suited for biological simulation. You guys aren't using allotropes, are you? Isn't its nature extremely unstable? Adamantite had 13 basic allotropes, but they were all unstable and could only exist for a short period of time with a particularly short half-life. However, the researchers believed that above the basic allotropes, there might be more stable, new normal allotropes with a microscopic spatial structure. However, this was only a conjecture. This is an omega-grade adamantium alloy. It uses the latest proton interference technology to create unstable atoms, forming a stable structure with strong nuclear force. Because the nuclear force between neutrons and protons is greater than the positive electric charge between protons, atomic nuclei are more compact, and there is a weak nuclear force between unstable atoms. Speaking of its physical properties, Luo Ji couldn't help but exclaim, "It can be said that this is a strong nuclear force material. Its strength is astonishing. Can this material really be used to create precision constructs?" Yang Qi looked at the human body bathing in the powerful energy in the culture tank and asked, "I thought the nuclear force material was not suitable for our quantum cycle." "That's why this body isn't carrying you guys." Luo Ji laughed. He shouted towards an empty corner, "Come, let's get to know our future teammates." This is Yang Qi, an elite dimensional warrior and a senior exploration captain of the exploration team. He's very experienced and was the first person to lock onto the coordinates of this world. He turned his head and said to Yang Qi, "Do you still remember the progress of our research on the human body that led to a discussion about logic?" Yang Qi nodded. "I remember. It was a discussion about whether the dead were still human. They lost their human bodies but retained the quantum cycle, forming a complete consciousness with personality and information. They were called ghosts when science was still underdeveloped. Are they considered humans?" I remember that it was later acknowledged that as long as they retained the human-like quantum cycle, they were considered humans. Then, ignoring the physical body from the beginning and directly creating a human-like quantum cycle, are they considered humans? Faced with Luo Ji's question, Yang Qi was silent for a long time before replying, "Clones have long been recognized as part of the human race. Based on this, as long as they conform to the structure and information of humans and exist in the quantum cycle, they should be considered humans." He raised his head to look at the blue ball of light floating in the void and sighed. So people born directly from the will of China really do exist. They are created by the collective will of the people of the Republic of China and belong to each and every one of our children. They don't have a physical body, but only a soul. Although a descended body is basically another form of a physical body, I still find it very strange that they first possess a soul and then create a physical body. Luo Ji shook his head. "You're wrong. If they weren't born from the will of China, they would be a member of the Chinese nation. But illusion is a life form with consciousness that we discovered." He clicked on a projection in the void, which showed the shapes of 6 shining gems. One of the yellow gems suddenly enlarged, and with a wave of Luo Ji's hand, it was covered with a shell and turned into a blue gem. Finally, it was mounted on a familiar scepter. According to intelligence, there are 6 special gems in the universe, 4 of which were sent to us by Asgard. In the process of our research, we discovered a special program hidden in the outer protective layer of this gem. There is a close connection between this program and the power of the gem. So, in order to better understand and research these 4 gems, the scientists decided to create and perfect it. We chose the communist will of the Human Revolutionary Alliance as the parent body. After deconstructing the original program information, we reconstructed a communist warrior to control this yellow gem, or the soul gem, the warrior Illusion. Illusion will join you as a member of the Liberators. There is one more thing. Luo Ji smiled mysteriously. Illusion's descended body is very special. It is our experimental version. This adamantium construct is only the outer shell of his true descended body. As for the form of his descended body, let him tell you personally. Luo Ji stood in front of the 3 cultivation tanks that had been moved together, watching as Yang Qi sank into the consciousness loading device. Beside him, there was another consciousness loading device, inside of which was a young warrior who looked like he had yet to reach adulthood. Meanwhile, the consciousness program of vision was also slowly being injected into the cultivation tank. On the chest of their descended bodies was the same symbol as Luo Ji's chest, a crisscrossed golden sickle and axe. This was the symbol of the future liberators. Luo Ji turned his head to look at the sky. Natasha's head was clearly visible on the projection. The symbol indicated that communication was in progress. "Hello, Lieutenant Natasha. I am Colonel Luo Ji of the Republic of Republic and your future captain. This time, the Republic of Republic will be sending 4 soldiers to join the Liberators. They are me, Yang Qi Illusion, and our young reserve duty dimensional warrior Kong Keenan. I will be at the first base to welcome your arrival." Chapter 291. The town's library was very quiet. With the recent situation, there were very few readers who were willing to come here, so Chun-Ong could relax and rest. He used the library's network and his authority in Skynet to search for the latest news. Liberator. Looking at the documents marked Adam, Project Garden of Eden, and Apocalypse, Chun-Ong could not help but feel a little sad. I didn't provoke anyone, so why do I look like I'm going to kill them all? He could not ignore the information revealed in the malicious plans, because he realized with his current situation where he was alone and unable to use his cheat, he really could not beat them. Kong Keenan is fine, but using his cheat to use illusion is too much. Chun-Ong threw the document in his hand angrily. The Skynet's evaluation of illusion stung him. According to the observation of the universe in Apocalypse, most civilizations were heading towards destruction, and the destruction of a large number of civilizations, and even the civilizations that replaced them, were created by themselves. Because the perfect creation will always triumph over the creator. And the reason for all this was that the creator's civilization had reached a bottleneck, but it was also the starting point of a new civilization. Humans created intelligent life, and as a mature race, their development would inevitably be surpassed by a young civilization such as intelligent life, and that would bring about the destruction of humanity. Because humans would be bound by old factors such as the brain, logic, and social system, while the civilization they created was a new seed, filled with vitality and vigor at the starting point of rapid development. From Chun-Ang's perspective, illusion was already trending in this direction. The Republic's descended beings are limited by humanity's carrying capacity and could not fully utilize their technological prowess, but an intelligent AI can, and the only thing to consider is the ability to control the AI. So they simply created a new generation of humans. When they realized that their existence was dragging the next generation down, they set out to create a generation to replace them. Such a crazy plan. Chun-Ong thought about it in his mind. The Republic had successfully separated themselves from their bodies and sublimated in the secondary dimensions. They had become fully sentient and energized. When they realized that the civilization bound by their past consciousness had developed, they set out to create a new generation of fully sentient and deified humans. Chun-Ong could not help but shudder. A civilization that was learning from the apocalypse. Can I say that this is the civilization I came from? Chun-Ong exclaimed, deeply impressed by the determination to throw away everything. These lunatics are really planning to complete the dimensionality reduction of every individual in their civilization before the apocalypse, deepening themselves in the lower dimensions and creating a dimensionality reduction information black hole. This method of creating a virtual world within a virtual world, completing information isolation, and preventing the apocalypse from peaking through the higher dimensions is insane. Chun-Ong could not help but sadly admit that if he had not been assimilated by the apocalypse, he really would not have been able to defeat these ferocious people. For example, in order to fight against the apocalypse, the Republic's plan was so huge that it could fill up half of the universe. In order to fight against the Death Knights, the Republic created a plan to use soul gems to assimilate parallel universe selves. The goal of the plan was to fuse all parallel universe selves into one in a higher dimension. Every parallel world had a different fate, and it could be said that it was these differences that created the chaotic and complicated world lines. The me in these world lines were all different. In some worlds, me might be the president. In some worlds, me might be a superhero, and in some worlds, me might be a woman. But the souls of these me were the projections of the same existence in a higher dimension. It was like the same object that had different shadows projected on different planes due to different light. The shadow was the soul, the plane was the world, and the object was the higher dimensional counterpart of the soul. Using the connection between the soul projection and its higher dimensional counterpart, they could trace back to the higher dimension and unify the consciousness of all parallel universes. Such a crazy plan would make anyone tremble in fear. At that time, the me would become the collection of countless me, including the past and the future, containing countless possibilities. At that time, humans would become gods. If this plan succeeds, it is possible to fight against the Death Messenger. Chun-Ong closed his eyes and shook his head sadly. But if we look at the core of it, it is simply insane. He then picked up a copy of the plan to fight against Skynet. The Republic had already discovered that the current intelligent matter of Skynet was the atomic nucleus. The intelligent atomic nucleus of War Skynet was like a miniature robot the size of an atom, essentially replacing the matter of Earth. Therefore, all secrets and methods to fight against the apocalypse were meaningless, because it was using the split of Skynet to fight against the apocalypse. To put it cruelly, all humans on Earth were made of Skynet. Every atom in their body, every bit of air they exchanged with the outside world, every molecule of water, everything was the carrier of Skynet. As long as the apocalypse willed it, they could only obediently vanish into thin air. The Earth that was about to descend into a lower dimension was actually that terrifying. The struggles of most civilizations could only be considered as experiments with known results to the apocalypse. The most basic kind of experiment where every reaction had a well-thought-out plan. On the other hand, the Republic's idea was to strengthen space technology, create a lower dimensional space, and raise it to become a human in order to break free from the control of Skynet. It was easy for human consciousness to do so, but if there was no matter that was not controlled by Skynet, it would be impossible for a civilization with pure consciousness to fight against the apocalypse. That was why there was this basic matter creation plan, an attempt to create controllable basic matter units. The lowest requirements were protons, neutrons, and electrons, and the highest expectations were quarks and bosons. The illusion is an important test subject for this plan. His outer shell is really just an outer shell. The real descended body should be the electric current residing in this adamantite body, or rather an electron. It's an electron-descended body. A basic matter body at the level of fermion represents unlimited energy, unlimited matter, and terrifying combat power. F*CK. Only crazy perverts can be powerful. If this document was real, then the most conservative estimate was that hallucination had mastered the basic control of gravity, electromagnetic force, and weak nuclear force. His speed could reach the speed of light, or even exceed the speed of light. He could destroy atoms like it was child's play, and controlling nuclear reactions was almost instinctive. He did not even have a physical body, because the matter that made up his body was only mass and speed. It would collapse into probability on a microscopic level. When the electron-descended body controlled an electron to collide with a positron at an extremely high energy, it was possible to produce quarks, gluons, muon mesons, leptons, photons, neutrinos, and other subatomic particles through the collision. This phenomenon was known as quantum examination. In other words, the nature of the particle would change according to the energy it possessed. Moreover, Magneto's ability, which was also Chun Eng's basic martial arts, the magnetic force, was completely restrained by the illusion's electron-descended body. The magnetic field was due to the uncertainty of the quantum world. The position of an electron was not fixed, so the electric energy of the electron was fuzzy, distributed within a certain range of space. For the illusion, the magnetic field was only an unpredictable state of his body. He could not have any relationship with any magnetic field, and he could also control any object with magnetic field. And these were only the basic abilities of the matter that made up the descended body. If the control of this body was complex enough, then he could do anything. The soul gem was not a particularly powerful gem, but when combined with the terrifying scientific creations of the Republic, the effect was indeed inhumane. The Republic created controllable electronic technology and built an electronic construct, and the soul gem successfully gave this forbidden scientific product human consciousness. This was going to be a cruel experiment. Chun-Ong, who had always treated others as test subjects, had finally become a test subject. What a good cycle! This time, Chun-Ong finally painfully felt the terror of an enemy who dared to fight against the apocalypse, including the Republic's sensational technological ability, the determination to fight to the death, and the madness of sacrificing everything. Why should I pay for the debt of the apocalypse? I won't take the blame. I won't. Chapter 292. At the border of the solar system, a huge spaceship shaped like a twisted iron block brushed past the broken Neptune. The traces of destruction left on the terrible broken star showed that a fierce war had taken place here. Luo Nan the Conqueror stared at the yellow star in the distance, and in the smallest part of his eyesight, a blue planet invisible to the naked eye surrounded it. Terra Star! Luo Nan snorted disdainfully. A small, desolate, and remote planet in the universe. Is the universe spirit ball I want here? Luo Nan's face was very bad. This planet reminded him of his former shame. He clenched his right fist and whispered a name in a tone mixed with disdain and hatred. Star-Lord! When we get the universe spirit ball, we will crush all the terrorists on this planet like ants. I want Star-Lord to feel pain. Luo Nan roared. Korath, there's no problem with the coordinates given to us by Yondu. If the Dark Elf's intelligence is correct, then the Asgardians have placed at least 3 gems here. As the best bounty hunter in the galaxy, Korath has never been unrivaled in hunting down and killing his targets. There are few times when he cannot find what he is looking for. Very good. Kolas. Luo Nan stood up from the throne. He gently caressed a scar on his face that had already healed. The scar nearly pierced through his skull. This was a souvenir left behind when his fleet invaded planet Shandar to fulfill his dream of vengeance. They were nearly annihilated by an army with a red flag with a hammer and sickle on their heads. At that time, he controlled the power gem and was standing at an unprecedented peak of power. Star-Lord was like a small bug that could be destroyed at any time, and he didn't even put Thanos in his eyes. But the bald head named Yuri, brought him a painful failure and a shame that could never be washed away. Luo Nan shuddered when he recalled the nightmarish figure in his memory. In the end, he fled with the gem, and even a small bug like Star-Lord dared to humiliate him and took the gem from his hand and gave it to the Asgardians. Luo Nan, because of his betrayal, suffered unimaginable torture from Thanos. The flames of vengeance in his chest roasted him, and he was constantly thinking about regaining power and authority. Luo Nan looked at the blue planet. His eyes were incomparably crazed. I will possess these gems and control the power to destroy everything. At that time, Thanos will no longer be able to enslave me. I will take my planet and my country back from the hands of Earthlings. I want to take revenge on Yuri and Thanos, the most sacred and traditional of the Kree people. Chorus stopped him with a pale face. My master, you had better not do this. Thanos has the most dangerous power in the entire universe, and the Soviets are extremely terrifying and powerful. The power of a gem is far from enough to fight against them. That man, Yuri, he is very dangerous, and this is just the power of one of the 3 nations on Earth. According to the information I received, Master, the steel-like civilization, the Soviet Union, had become even more cruel and powerful. This civilization had no sympathy, and even Thanos had no choice but to retreat, allowing them to occupy the temple. The entire universe was trembling in fear in front of the butcher knife of the Earthlings. Remember the saying that has been passed down for a long time. Don't disturb the sleeping dragon. My master, shut up. Luo Nen angrily tightened his grip on Korra's throat. He whispered into Kirst's ear, I will obtain 3, or even all of the gems. When that time comes, their rampage will end. What's your opinion, Nebula? I have no opinion. A completely blue, mechanical, reconstructed person put away the parts in his body and said, But I have to warn you, Luo Nan, that group of Earthlings is extremely mysterious. It is said that the Chitauri used the cosmic Rubik's Cube to open a portal and transmigrated here from another universe. Only the Asgardians know a bit about their background. But I heard Thanos say that they are related to an ancient disaster in this universe, the calamity of Apocalypse. Their origins involve the earliest secrets of this universe. You may fear Yuri, but what Thanos fears the most isn't the Soviets. It isn't Yuri. It's that the projection of 3 flags was projected on Nebula's body. The flag of the European community with the 12 stars of the red continent on a blue background, the red flag of the Soviets with a sickle and a hammer, and the red flag with 5 stars at the end. She lightly tapped on the red flag with 5 stars. Luo Nan, your strength isn't strong enough. Don't speak of revenge lightly. You still don't have a clear understanding of how terrifying Earthlings are. I once saw with my own eyes what kind of crushing defeat Thanos welcomed when they attacked the Temple of Light, forcing him to give up his own headquarters. Luo Nan, the most dangerous power in this universe, is the Apocalypse. The second most dangerous power is the Earthlings, and Thanos can barely be ranked 3rd. I only betrayed him because I recognize this point. If you continue to be this stupid, then I will betray you as well. Luo Nan the Conqueror's face was ashen. His blue skin turned deep, and his uncontrollable rage made his entire body tremble. But he still endured it and spoke in a low voice. You're right, Nebula. The wailing of the weak makes people look down on you. He turned his head to look furiously at the blue earth next to the sun. Destroy that planet for me. Kill all the Terrastar people. Those bugs are disgusting. I need their death and wailing to quell the rage in my heart. The tail of the enormous battleship erupted with blue flames, raising the speed of the spaceship to the limit in the shortest amount of time possible. It transformed into a blue ray of light, spreading toward the coordinates of the planet that Luo Nen had locked onto. At the same time, Chinong, who was browsing in the library, noticed the spaceship through Skynet. It was hard for him to imagine who would be stupid enough to come to Earth at this time. Right now, Earth was probably the most dangerous place in the universe. How unlucky could one be to be involved in this war on the eve of the Great War between Sargeras and Earth's civilization? Even the Asgardians don't dare to repair the Rainbow Bridge at this time. Odin only participated in the encirclement of the ancient snake, and he lost his last eye. The Chitauri star field was infected by the outer gods just because it was connected to Earth through a portal, and the Soviets went extinct. That unlucky child still dares to come to Earth. Damn. If he can have an intact corpse, he'll be lucky. When Chunong noticed the estimated landing time and landing point of the spaceship, the playfulness in his eyes completely turned into sympathy. The time he arrives on Earth is about the same time that Sargeras and the Avengers meet up in the waters of northern Africa. It's just about the time that the Liberators finish assembling, and it's also about the time that I go there to grab vibranium. That's the preset battlefield for the first battle. No matter who he is, even if Thanos comes, he'll still have to kneel. If it's one of the 5 great gods, then it'll trigger the apocalypse to directly make a move. Chunong spoke with an infinitely emotional tone. He's courting death. Chapter 293. The pungent smell of crude oil mixed with the fishy smell of the sea assaulted his nostrils. Chunong took a sniff and immediately controlled the air to create a safe space in front of him. He stepped on the rusty steel plate and glanced into the dark cabin. Oh my God! How did the customs let your ship go to sea? Chunong turned his head and complained. I suspect it may sink at any time. You actually put a munitions factory in the cabin. Do you think your workers won't die fast enough? Crow didn't care at all. This man, who had a subtly similar temperament to a 16th century pirate, replied with a mouthful of rotten teeth. You can't be so picky when doing business, sir. Even if Tony Stark is a narcissist and a neat freak, when he was in the arms business, his conditions weren't much better than mine now. Difficult and arduous, Chunong retorted, leaning against the door. That's right. After this deal, I'll go back to my hometown to live a quiet life with my family. This is my last deal. Your price has to satisfy me. The arms dealer, Crow, stretched out his palm and spread his fingers. 5 billion. Money is just a number. Chunong spread his hands. I can add a string of zeros to your secret account any time I want, but you won't be able to use them very soon. Before he could finish, Crow's hand was already on his gun. Chunong smiled and shook his head. No, I don't mean what you think. It's really meaningless to kill you. To be honest, if you're well informed, you should know that the YPG is planning to attack the US dollar. At that time, the thing in your hand will become a pile of white paper. It's meaningless. You paid a very painful price to get it, right? Chunong glanced at Crow's neck as he said this. Crow felt the wound on his neck itch. Reflexively, he couldn't help but reach out and scratch it. He let go of the gun, but still maintained a distance that was fast enough to react. He replied, You're right. I also heard some rumors. If you can pay with gold, I'm willing to give you a 40% discount. Crow. Chunong's expression became very serious. I don't think you understand what I mean. The US dollar has become useless paper, and gold won't be any better. Have you ever seen the Revolutionary Alliance settle gold internally? Then what do you plan to use in exchange? Klaus spread his hands and said, What can be more valuable than vibranium? It's the best metal on Earth. It has unparalleled physical properties. I think no matter what happens, it will be the most valuable, right? Then why should I trade? Crow smiled slyly. Chunong didn't laugh. Instead, he casually told him, Because you're weak. If you keep this cargo for the night, I'll see your dead body washed out to sea from the ship's sewers in the morning. Buddy, I'm here to tell you so much in advance because you're smart and you're not rich, but you have a warm family. Do you think I'm here to covet your metals? If I want to, I can take them over your dead body at any time. Crow suddenly raised the gun in his hand and pointed it at Chunong's head. Without another word, he fired 3 shots. However, as soon as the bullets left the chamber, they floated towards Chunong at a speed visible to Crow's naked eye. Chunong casually picked up a cigarette from Crow's cigarette box. He gently rubbed it against the bullets that were moving slowly in the air and lit the cigarette. He placed the cigarette on the table in front of Crow and said to him, Think about it quickly. There's not much time left. The speed at which the cigarette burned wasn't fast, but it was slowly but surely disappearing bit by bit. Crow's expression quickly changed from one of indifference to one of solemnity. Then he started to stare at the burning cigarette, but until he was sweating profusely. Time passed bit by bit. When the cigarette was only half burned, Crow stood up and shouted at Chenang's back, "I want to see the deposit first." "Do you know what you've agreed to?" Chun-Ong asked him without turning his head. Crow wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and replied angrily, "Yes, I do." "I'll serve you." Crow made a pirate salute. Chun-Ong didn't say anything. He only smiled and stepped into the cabin. A strong wind swept away the dirty air inside. As Chun-Ong walked, the broken and switched-off lights in the surroundings lit up one by one. The sailors crowded in the cabin looked at the suddenly lit cabin in surprise. Then, their eyes suddenly widened in horror. As Chun-Ong walked forward step by step, the rusty metal under his feet suddenly turned into silver waves. Then they spread out like waves. Wherever they went, the metal seemed to melt. The scattered structure was reassembled, and the oxidized properties were restored. The ammunition materials piled up in the cabin began to shrink substantially, but the new elemental alloy reforged the entire ship. A sailor couldn't bear the miraculous scene in front of him. The shell in his hand fell out of his hand. His legs gave way, and he knelt on the ground. F***CK. Crow was so scared that his face turned pale. He rushed forward to catch the shell. However, the brass shell of the cannonball seemed to have fallen into mercury, and it seeped into the deck. The new structure was quickly reconstructed, and a ship with a design completely different from the original worn-out cargo ship gradually revealed its skeleton. It was a design full of sci-fi feeling, and the details were filled with killing tricks. But the main function of the ship was to provide a stable platform. Chun-Ong stopped in front of a garbage room filled with chemical waste. Before Crow could enter the password, he heard the sound of an electric motor starting up. A silver high-tech safe flipped over his head. It was filled with palm-sized test tubes. Silver and black metals flowed in the test tubes, forming a unique shape. Vibranium or sound-absorbing steel, a strange metal from another planet. It's a specialty of Wakanda. Chun-Ong picked up a test tube and studied it. Crow, you're in trouble. Wakanda's Prince T'Challa isn't easy to deal with. He won't let you off so easily. I know. Crow touched his neck again. He gave me a gift that I'll never forget. All right, while there's still some time left, I'm going to make it harder for you to die. Chun-Ong took out the test tube in his hand. Countless tiny crystalline metal sand floated in front of him, gathering into a silver ribbon. It was exceptionally beautiful. With a thought from Chun-Ong, the metal sand drilled into Crow's body. Vibranium is a magical substance. Not only can its atoms coexist with cells, it won't cause any rejection even after deep modification. It can also integrate with human cells organically, just like a membrane for the cells. It's really a waste of the most versatile material on Earth to be used to make flying discs or anti-gravity devices. The metal sand melted into liquid under the modification of a high-intensity, high-sensitivity magnetic field and seeped into Crow's body. Immediately after, a numbness and pain that penetrated deep into his bones assaulted him like a tide. Crow's screams made his subordinates shiver, but in front of Chun-Ong, who had a calm expression on his face, no one dared to stand up for their boss. Now, you have an indestructible body. Of course, its only use is to slow down your death. Chun-Ong raised his head and looked at Crow, whose body seemed to be coated with a layer of silver membrane. He joked, "If you meet someone called Eric Lancher, you'd better scram as far as you can. There are too many people in this world who are proficient in killing, but not everyone has a brain and will like yours. Thank your education. Your experience as a doctor in acoustics has moved me. Vibranium has nature-defying vibrational characteristics. It can emit vibrational waves of a specific frequency. This is a power with great potential. It requires ingenuity to be unleashed." As Chun-Ang's magnetic force deepened, some complicated mechanical structures began to form. Drawing on the special structure of the human body from Golden Bell cover, iron shirt, and 13 gangsters brute training. He fused mechanics, acoustics, structure, materials, and many other advanced theories and techniques. Crow's body was being transformed into a brand new structure. You will be able to destroy all substances that are close to your body, shattering them in terms of physical structure. You can transmit your power through metal. The vibrational medium includes gas, liquid, and solid. But what I admire the most is gravity. If you can't use gravity to transmit your vibrational power, what difference is there between you and trash? From now on, all kinetic attacks will become your energy. You will be Captain America's nemesis, Black Panther's nightmare, and the Hulk's archenemy. Let me tell you a trick. Spend more time with Hulk. You will be invincible. Your enemy's attacks will become your energy. All the mysteries of power can be summed up in one sentence. The pinnacle of power. Crush the vacuum. Of course, you will also have natural enemies. Remember, there are a few names on this planet that you'd better not provoke. Charles, Eric, Illusion, Scarlet Witch, Jean, and most importantly, Apocalypsemy. Accompanied by a heavy buzzing sound. Crow's every move carried a huge amount of power that could be transmitted through any object. Crow could feel that the power caused by his struggle had turned into high-frequency vibrations and accumulated in his body. That astonishing energy could be released at any time and destroy everything in front of him. The silver vibrational gold combined with Crow's body and turned into a dark gold. This special color closer to bronze made the surface of his body glow with a metallic luster. This vibration physics, acoustics, and structural mechanics, superconductive metal properties, and the 12 energy released forms of human structure metallization can also be called golden bell cover. It has a total of 12 states. After breaking through the 12 levels, you can connect your body to the universe in a vibrating state and obtain infinite energy. After completing the 12 levels, any attack aimed at your body will resonate with the universe, and the energy will be transmitted to the entire universe. As long as the universe is not destroyed, the golden bell cover will not be broken. This can be said to be an indestructible body. Similarly, you can also increase the frequency of this resonance and transmit it out. This power is enough to destroy everything. At the 5th level of the golden bell cover, you can resonate with planets. Once you achieve it, you will have the power to break stars. It can be said to be the combination of the strongest spear and the strongest shield. However, before the 12 levels are completed, Eric will be able to restrain you. Once you break through, however, the electromagnetic force will no longer be your nemesis. Chin-Ong looked at Crow, who had shed all his bronze-colored skin, and silently deduced the series of data he had just obtained in his heart. This experimental body is not bad. Some of the ideas about the indestructible body and the 12th level of the Golden Bell cover have been successfully realized. With this data, I should be able to complete the 4th level of my titanium body, earth-shattering star, soon. Chapter 294. Crow broke free from the darkness and saw light before his eyes. His feet stepped on the cold metal plates. Only then did Crow realize that the huge ship in front of him, full of fantasy, no longer had much to do with the broken ship he used to be. Walking barefoot on the steel plates, countless minute, high-frequency vibrations were transmitted to his feet and were clearly sensed by Crow. He could see everyone and everything on the ship. Even if the sea breeze blew on the hull of the ship and the dust landed on the deck, he could still clearly sense them. Any medium that came into contact with his body seemed to have become his limbs, eyes, and ears, all at his disposal. I feel like I can tear apart the sky and the sea with a wave of my hand. With a stomp of my feet, I can turn this huge ship under my feet into scrap metal. Crow turned back and said to Chin-Ong, "Is this power?" My previous pursuit was so ignorant. Crow looked at his hands and said in a daze, "With power, I can obtain everything." Facing this kind of arrogance and fantasy after suddenly obtaining power, Chin-Ong naturally dealt a heavy blow at the first instance. "Idiot, I don't know if I should reevaluate you. This little bit of ability you have now, is it even worthy of being called power? This world is too big. Even if your ability is strong to the extreme, there are more than 10 fingers that can easily kill you. Do you know what true despair is? Don't know? That's because you haven't seen the apocalypse. Feeling the prelude of energy vibrations coming from under his feet, Chin Ong sneered disdainfully. Although Crow was afraid and did not dare to make a move, the prelude of this attack was enough for Chin Ong to show Crow what true despair was. He had a good temper, so people would forget that his future was the apocalypse. The magnetic force swept out and easily seeped into every cell in Crow's body. Chin Ong clenched his right hand, and Crow felt an irresistible huge force coming from his throat, as if it wanted to strangle him. His legs left the ground involuntarily, and Chin Ong looked at him coldly. The cells in his body began to vibrate uncontrollably, and the high-frequency vibration power passed through the cell membrane structure that was replaced by vibranium, directly disintegrating his body at the molecular level. As expected, fear dominated Crow's consciousness. His high and mighty feeling of being in control of all things was ruthlessly trampled on by Chin Ong, and he completely woke up from the illusion of omnipotence. Beside his ear, Chin Ang's voice was calm and cold, making Crow feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. Idiot, you know nothing about true power. Do you think this is power? If I were to modify a dog, its performance wouldn't be any worse than yours. Use your barren brain juice. I can bestow you with power, but I can also take it away at any time. The thing behind that illusory power of yours is real power. I am the one who holds true power, and you are merely a slave to it. If you can't use the knowledge in your head to lead a research team, learn to explore the truth and laws behind the vibration power and bring me new knowledge and inspiration. What use do I have for you? Chin Ong slammed Crow heavily against the wall. The suffocation almost made Crow hallucinate, but Chin Ang's voice became clearer and clearer, deeply engraved in his mind. Crow, your value to me now is only that of an experiment subject. Remember, the value of an experiment subject isn't much better than the chimpanzees in my lab. If you only learn to be an experiment subject, then you will only have the value of an experiment subject. Remember how weak and powerless you are today. You have only mastered the second stage of the Golden Bell Shield, and I controlled you to master it. In the face of this cruel world, you are so insignificant. If I didn't think that you had potential, then you would forever be an ant controlled by fate. A mere ant dares to fight for the glory of the sun and moon. Chin Ong only let go of him after deeply engraving the cold and heartless warning into Crow's soul, allowing him to greedily breathe in and out fresh air. There was only a butt left of the cigarette, but beside him, Chin Ong picked it up and placed it in front of Crow's eyes. Our friends are about to arrive. Chin Ong patted Crow's shoulder lightly and said calmly, Now that you've calmed down, go and welcome them. Chin Ong smiled and looked into Crow's eyes. The calmness in his eyes made Crow shudder. There won't be a next time, right? Crow moved his head up and down mechanically, his expression terrified and real. Finally, he patted Crow's shoulder in a friendly manner. Hearing a loud crashing sound coming from the deck, Chin Ong raised his head and looked at the direction of the crashing sound with great interest. He said to Crow, Go. Don't let them wait too long. Looking at the brand-new giant ship on the sea from a distance from the Quinjet, Rogers pressed the headset on his right ear and asked, Tunny, are you sure this is the target we are looking for? As Rogers spoke, he pulled up the target picture saved in the computer and placed it next to the moving giant ship. After careful comparison, he really couldn't see any connection between this silver-white painted, well-designed ship and the dilapidated target in the picture. I have asked the satellite to check all the ships in the vicinity. This is the only one that is on the target route and has no records. In fact, it seems to have drilled out of the water. I have locked onto Ulysses Crow's cell phone. He is on this ship. It really may have drilled out of the water. The scan shows that this ship has a closed structure, and some of the structure also overlaps with that of a submarine. Falcon operated on the robotic arm, pulled up the blueprint of the Quinjet's radar scan, and added, "This ship can really dive into the water." In other words, Crow sailed out to sea in a disguised old ship, then changed to the ship and transferred the vibranium to the ship? No. Tawny in the armor denied. He cautiously circled the silver-white ship a few times before saying his guess. "I know, Crow. That broken ship is the means of transportation he prepared. He treats money like his life, and he is reluctant to spend it on these things. Spending money where it is most important is his motto. But he has billions of goods on board. This kind of broken ship is not safe at all. He has to make some other preparations." Falcon objected. Tawny bared his teeth and replied, "I will, but Crow won't." "Okay, then everyone be more cautious." Rogers interrupted their dispute and said solemnly, "If Sargeras gets these vibranium, then humanity is finished. We don't have the means to destroy the vibranium creation, and Sargeras is now only missing a body. We mustn't let him succeed. This is the last large-scale batch of vibranium in Wakanda." Tawny was a little uneasy. "Ultron will definitely come here, definitely." Bruce took a deep breath, leaned over to the walkie-talkie, and said to Tawny, "Tawny, don't call it Ultron. It named itself Sargeras. Also, that's not your fault. It's just that Apocalypse used your results, and I noticed your mental stress." "I'm not stressed." Tawny roared. Everyone was silent, and the Quinjet was quiet. Tawny seemed to know that he had lost his composure, and he explained there was some malfunction in the intercom system just now. It's all right now. Ultron and Sargeras are two different existences. I know them. You know that after the battle with Ancient Snake, my body and spirit have a lot of problems. That's because when I was connected to the neutron star armor, I was infected by a dark force in the universe, and that darkness controlled me. It began to gestate through my consciousness, and then Apocalypse created it and made it complete. That was Sargeras. It controlled me, made me afraid, anxious, and created an existence whose core was full of destructive consciousness. Based on the program of the gem core of Loki's scepter, Sargeras controlled me and created Ultron. And Ultron was quickly infected and corrupted by Sargeras, and even let Sargeras parasitize it. So what you think of as Sargeras is actually composed of three parts: the dark side of the universe, Sargeras, the program I created, Ultron, and the existence that was produced with Ultron when Sargeras corrupted the Earth, the outer gods. The three of them are a unity of opposites. Now they are mixed together, but one day they will separate. Chapter 295. Whoosh! The sound of motors starting was accompanied by pressurized leg activity. 4 or 5 war robots landed on the deck of the big ship. Tawny Stark floated behind the robot. A small aircraft detached from the robot's shoulder and flew along the cabin with a scanning laser. A precise scan of the structural terrain was synchronized to Tawny's helmet. Tawny reported to the Quinjet through the walkie-talkie. "The structure of the ship is very rigorous, but there doesn't seem to be anyone." Everyone left in a small boat. The sudden voice behind him startled Tawny. He quickly turned around, and the war robots around him raised their force field weapons to protect him. "Long time no see, Tawny. This is not the way you greet an old friend." Crow stepped barefoot on the steel plate, came out from under the deck step by step, and walked in front of Tawny. Tawny looked at this man whose shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a bronze-colored upper body that was emitting a metallic luster. He asked in astonishment, "Crow? Ulysses Crow?" His tone was very uncertain, but he soon confirmed, "To be honest, I thought my change was amazing. I didn't expect you to change even more." "Ha." Crow spread out his hands, "Yes. Every time I see that big iron shell in the news, it's hard for me to convince myself that it's Stark. It's a pity that you're not an arms dealer." I used to think that you would become a big shot in our industry, like selling American arms to the Russians and then selling Russian arms to terrorists. Provoke wars, sell to both sides, be a warmonger who makes the world lively, create business, and win profits. Ha ha ha. But you went into energy and medicine. Man, that's black-hearted money. I didn't expect you to be so depraved. Crow scolded angrily. Arms bring happiness to people, but medicine destroys people's happiness. Crow shook his head and sighed. I really don't know what you're thinking. I'm an important sponsor of 16 charity foundations. Go to Seattle and ask around. I, Tony Stark, have a good, just-in-kind reputation. I haven't discounted it at all. Tawny vehemently denied. Ha ha ha. Crow suddenly laughed out loud. He wiped his tears off his face and let go of his hand. Buddy, when you were selling firearms, everyone called you a playboy. Now that you've become a superhero, everyone calls you the Killer Butcher. My God, why don't any of my clients have this nickname? That way, my turnover will double this year. Tony rolled his eyes weakly under his helmet. Crow, my words are always annoying. They say that I'm arrogant, conceited, and mean. But now I know that's a characteristic of our trade. Are all arms dealers so annoying? Crow, you're right. You're right. He glanced around and said to Crow, I've told you before, let your enemies and your friends prosper together. Then you'll know who's a friend and who's an enemy. Now, I'll give you a chance to make a fortune. I want to buy the vibranium in your hands. Unfortunately, you're too late. Crow spread his hands and said, I've already sold it to someone else. Stark's face became gloomy. He stepped forward and asked Crow, Who is it? My boss. Crow tilted his head. I sold it to him along with myself. The Quinjet and Stark were silent for a while. Tawny prepared for the worst and finally asked, Who is he? I thought you'd forgotten me. Chin Ong poked his head out from below the deck and smiled at Tawny. It's me. Don't worry, it's not Sargeras. You don't have to be so nervous. Put down the tactical nuclear bomb, okay? Let's talk. It's only a little better than falling into Sargeras' hands. Tawny breathed a sigh of relief, but still didn't put down his weapon. Then can you give us the vibranium now? Chen Ong propped his head up and asked him, There's no room for negotiation. That's not in the negotiation memo. Tawny nodded. Chen Ong sighed. Then it's off. Crow, get rid of him. He turned hostile, like flipping a book, no longer giving Tawny a chance to speak. The next moment, a figure rushed out from where Crow was standing. He stepped lightly on the deck, and a huge shockwave erupted from the feet of the war robots. Broken metal pierced upward, and the war robots, who suddenly lost their balance, had no time to fire their pulse weapons. The violent tremors hit their chests at the same time. The next second, all the robots, including Tawny himself, flew up into the sky. At that moment, millions of vibrations exploded in their chests with huge energy. The war robots that were blasted out were in midair, and the metal castings on their chests exploded. The metal skeleton, thick armor, and electric sparks sputtered out from the electric motors, and wires distributed at the connections. Like fragile, rusty steel plates, these structures broke into small pieces and shot backward like bullets, continuing to cause shocking damage to the other robots. The excellent conductor of metal allowed the quakes to be transmitted from the chest to the extremities of the limbs, as if they were being crushed by a hydraulic press that weighed hundreds of thousands of tons at the speed of a bullet. The war machines could not persist for more than 1 second before they all exploded into pieces. It was even difficult to find traces of their former existence in the pile of trash. There wasn't a single intact part to be found. Tawny's brain went blank for 2 seconds. He could clearly feel the vibration force breaking through the outer armor. The conductivity of the metal made the defense of the armor seem like it didn't exist. Even a piece of paper could do better than them. The anti-vibration device of the armor, the sponge-shaped vibranium lining, played a completely opposite role. It magnified the vibration by dozens of times. Tani could even imagine his body being like beef that had been smashed, crushed, and stirred tens of thousands of times. His internal organs were broken under the high-frequency vibration. His bones were shaken into powder, and his cell membranes were destroyed. If he was lucky, he would look like a pool of gravy, but if he was unlucky, he would be directly shaken into molecules and melt in the air. The worst possibility was that the nuclear material in his cells would be stimulated by this destruction, turning him into a nuclear bomb with an unparalleled yield. Bang! The sound made the Avenger and Adam evaporate together, and he died a tragic death, not even leaving a corpse, but he only felt his body lose control. He opened his eyes and found himself falling from midair in only his underwear. F***CK. The place where Tani fell was not low, and it was very difficult to adjust this backward posture. If he was unlucky, he would fall to the back of his head, and at least he would be paralyzed. However, things did not develop as they should. Tony felt that his body had become light and soft. He stepped on the air and adjusted his body from leaning backward to standing upright. Then he slowly descended with his arms open. Claw and the Avengers looked at him in shock and confusion. Unlike Tani, they saw everything in its entirety. The exploding robot and armor covered the space like a bomb, but all the shrapnel, broken metal pieces, parts, and wires, when they touched Tani's body, passed through like a projection, causing no damage. Holographic projection? Crow asked in shock, and then he refuted himself. No, I can feel the movement in your body, your muscles, bones, the vibration of your cells, and even the energy movement of your body cells. You are definitely not a projection, but a real body. Why? Crow was speechless. Only Chinong knew everything clearly. Turning illusion into reality, turning reality into illusion, reversing reality and reality, confusing reality and illusion. It's the professor. F***CK. This is F***King cheating. The professor has set the status of the Avenger in his world. As long as he receives a fatal attack, the spiritual imprint left by the professor will be triggered, allowing him to reverse reality and illusion across thousands of miles, erasing the damage suffered by the Avenger. GM, someone open the padlock. If you want to hurt him, you can't. If you hurt him, you can erase him. If you really can't, you can transfer to the illusory world, and even if you die, you can resurrect. Avenger, does your mother know about the golden thigh you've latched onto? Chapter 296. The professor cheated. Now, there's nothing to play with. Chin-Ong spread his hands, helplessly. Crow, bring them in. He turned and went back into the cabin. The Avengers on the Quinjet had come to Tani's side, nervously protecting him. Falcon stared at Crow and asked Tani, I couldn't see clearly from above. What happened just now? Nothing. Tani didn't want to answer. Just some gifts. He stared at Crow, observing his skin, nails, corneas, and other exposed human tissues. The result shocked him. Crow's nails had obviously been metallized. Although they were still translucent, Tani had no doubt that Crow could cut through any obstacles with them. The texture of his hair had also changed, but no data could be seen from his appearance. You transformed yourself into vibranium. Tani said to Crow in disbelief. He spread his hands and asked sympathetically, You look like a sculpture. Hey, brother, can you still enjoy your lower body? Tani Stark, don't laugh at me. Crow pointed at Tani with his finger and smiled, revealing his brass teeth. You're worse off than me. I heard about you from my boss. It said that the radiation in your body fluids is comparable to boiling reactor water. The girls who sleep with you will get cancer. And ha. Crow laughed and straightened his hips. I've become more durable. Vibration brings endless pleasure to women. Feeling every movement in a woman's body makes you happy? I hope you can still be happy when you feel the shit wriggling in their intestines. Tani immediately mocked back. Rogers interrupted their foul language. He stopped Stark, who was about to spray venom, and said, "Gentlemen, we can talk about this later. The important thing now is that we should have the same attitude." He turned to Crow and said, "We are not enemies. On the contrary, we have the same enemy, the common enemy of mankind." Tawny ignored Captain America's advice and said angrily, "I used to treat you as a friend, but now you almost killed me." "Friend? Come on. From the first day I saw you, I knew that Stark wouldn't have any friends. Other than those with ulterior motives, no one would be able to stand your temper. People who love you will eventually leave you. Tawny, this is my advice to you. In order to compete, you let the Navy seize my goods and wanted to send me to prison." Crow became even angrier. He stared into Tawny's eyes. "Let your enemies and friends get rich together? You're blocking my path to wealth." Tawny was not ashamed. "You dare say that you haven't earned money from me? As a law-abiding businessman, it is my responsibility to report illegal weapons transactions. That's why I've been tolerating your arrogance. Now I've had enough. I don't need to put up with you anymore. I have a new boss. Furthermore, your illegal transactions are 10 times more than ours. But I just have the ability to get Congress to approve it and make it legal. Stark." Crow's voice suddenly became low. He looked at Tony with a deep gaze. "You were once high and mighty. You wore a pair of pure white gloves and were untainted by a speck of dust. But we all know what you've done. When a group reaches the position of Stark Industries, its existence itself is evil, because the foundation of this country's existence is built on lies and blood and tears. Don't say that you don't know what your firearms are used for." Crow lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "We all had sleepless nights." Stark looked at him calmly. "When I found out that my weapons were being used by terrorists, I understood this. I couldn't decide what my weapons were used for. At that time, I swore that from now on, the weapons I created could only be held in my own hands. That's why I'm wearing this shell. I violated my oath. I thought I could control Ultron. But it turns out that if you can't control what the weapons you created are used for, it will lead to a catastrophe. Don't deceive yourself." Crow sneered. "Weren't those terrorists created by you?" Seeing that the two of them were about to fight again, Rogers hurriedly stood between the two of them. "Stark, Crow, it has been detected that the infected are approaching here. We don't have time to entangle ourselves in these details." He turned to look at Crow and said, "I think the professor will tell you how big the trouble we are facing is. If you don't want the Earth to become like hell, then we are on the same side. I'll listen to the boss." Crow took 2 steps back, turned his head to the Avengers, and said, "Come down." The spiral staircase below the deck was no longer in a dilapidated state. It looked safe and stable. It was composed of a 3-dimensional duplex structure, and the shape was quite designed. Crow led the Avengers down the spiral staircase to the captain's cabin. When they passed by the goods piled up in the cargo yard, Stark couldn't help but take a second look. "You're fooling people with Russian goods again. What's wrong with Russian goods? They're sturdy, durable, and the best friend of militants all over the world. At the critical moment when the infection disaster struck the world, my goods saved countless people from disaster. But business has been getting harder and harder recently, because there are no Americans. Without Americans, there will be peace." Crow sneered. Rogers couldn't help but ask, "Do you know your boss?" "Bossos?" Crow sneered. "Of course not, but I respect him." He looked at Captain America and said meaningfully, "Sometimes what you see may not be as real as what I see. When it comes to understanding a person, it's best to get to know them in person rather than through hearsay. This is especially true when that person is your boss." As he spoke, he had already walked to the door of the captain's cabin. Crow knocked on the door frame, and after a moment, the door opened automatically. The magnetized vibranium powder surrounded Chinong, just like the star ring. Most of the vibranium had been forged into a flexible sheet and was wrapped around Chinong like a piece of cloth. When the Avengers came in, They could just see the star ring around Chun'ong shrink into a ball as if it was breathing, quickly forming a new structure. The blade extended forward, and the hilt of the sword was held in Chun'ang's hand. The sharp, cold light made everyone who saw it feel as if there was a blade on their backs. It was as if there was really a sharp weapon against their backs. The sword floated above Chun'ang's palm. It swam lightly twice, and as Chun'ong gently waved his hand, it stuck to his back like a silver light. Chapter 297. Chun'ong condensed the remaining vibranium into a flying sword and hung it on his back. His extreme titanium body had already entered the 4th stage, and the magnetic force enveloped the entire planet. Controlling the flying sword was rather easy for him. He had just entered the green darkness, and he could control it with just a thought. Vibranium had special properties and was widely used in scientific research. Chun'ong still had many projects that required this metal's special properties. Unfortunately, the conditions required for these experiments were too harsh. Even Chun'ong had to prepare some equipment and external conditions. He could only temporarily gather the metal into a flying sword, which was convenient to carry around and could be used as a weapon when necessary. Sargers's attack was imminent. Without a handy weapon, it would not be easy for Chun'ong to deal with it. Adam, Rogers, and the others saw the vibranium hovering behind Chun'ong, and their expressions turned ugly. This is the wealth of the people of Venata. You have no right to it. A voice came from behind Chun'ong. When he turned around, he saw a man in black metal tights flipping down from the deck. Chun'ong shrugged nonchalantly. Is that so? Who can prove it? The man wearing the Black Panther mask took off his hood, revealing the face of a young black man. He glanced at Crow and said to Chun'ong, "There's no need to prove it. In the whole world, only Wakanda has this special metal, and the thief beside you stole it. This batch of vibranium has no legal procedures and has not been approved by the Wakanda government. This is theft." Chun'ong said indifferently, "You say it's yours, so it's yours? Then call it and see if it agrees." T'Challa suppressed his anger and looked into Chun'ang's eyes. This kind of quibbling is meaningless. Justice and truth are not in the mouth, but in our knowledge. This is the wealth of our country, and it should benefit the people of that land, not be stolen and plundered. I tried to reason with you, but if you retaliate with force, I will not hesitate to resort to violence. You're too young, child, Chun'ong replied calmly. The history of you turning from gorillas to humans is not enough to understand something like, "It has belonged to me since ancient times." I, the past apocalypse, am not ashamed to say that everything on earth, including you, belongs to me. But did I brag about it? No. When my property, child, yes, you humans, was plundering the resources of my planet, did I use it as an excuse to resort to violence? No. If I did, it was the work of the apocalypse, not me. I'm very tolerant of you, Chun'ong said solemnly, but that doesn't mean I'll be happy taking my own things and being warned. The Avengers were depressed by Chun'ang's words, but they were unable to refute him. Compared to the heaven-opening era, the human race had existed for far too short a time. Their genes were engraved with trademarks, so they definitely did not have any advantage in this kind of declaration of property rights. This matter was like a thorn that couldn't be pulled out from the hearts of humans. After all, the apocalypse was the real God in the Bible, the creator of mankind. It was hard to imagine how much of a blow this had dealt to human religions, but from a legal point of view, it was not wrong. Everything on earth, human souls and lives, the power of medieval kings, and the things that belong to God in the constitution of some countries in modern society belong to the apocalypse. Logically speaking, if the apocalypse wanted to destroy humanity, it would be like researchers using their own lab rats to conduct a few experiments. For the lab rats, it was naturally destructive, but for others, this might be the power of the apocalypse. It was a pity that T'Challa was just a kid from the countryside. He did not know about this latest discovery in human archaeology, nor had he ever used an electron microscope to scan his genes out of boredom. Naturally, he did not discover the mark that the apocalypse had placed on him as a guinea pig. He didn't know about this at all. According to our tradition, I will mark you as well. Thief! The Black Panther pounced out furiously. His powerful movement genes made him look like a leopard. Skynet! With a soft shout from Chen, the vibranium on the surface of the Black Panther's body underwent a violent deformation. The rewound metal wires bound the Black Panther into a ball, and the tough texture rendered the Black Panther almost defenseless. The shield that Captain America hung on his back also made a loud noise, and a powerful vibration bombarded the captain from the surface of the shield, sending him flying a few steps away. All of this happened too quickly, almost in the blink of an eye. Chen strode over to the Black Panther, lowered his head, and asked him, I just said if you call it, will it respond? You see if I call it, it will respond. He looked back at the Avengers and sneered. You belong to the apocalypse. Do you think this is just a joke? Every bit of air that you eat, drink, and breathe is under the control of the apocalypse. Many of you don't even understand what the apocalypse means, and yet you try to fight it. For you, the apocalypse is everything. Give up. Foolish humans, the Creator is not someone you can provoke. Only people like me, who share the same origin as him, understand each other and have equal personalities, have a chance to play. You'll be toyed with. Chen sneered. He turned back to the center of the cabin and ordered, Skynet, let go of those two. He raised his hand to demonstrate, and the big ship under his feet began to change violently, like a huge rotating machine. A relatively high platform protruded from the center, and Chanong stood on it, looking down at the Avengers and T'Challa. Skynet of war, matter, or Earth itself a little further, it could be the solar system or the Milky Way. I don't know how much matter it controls, maybe the entire universe. Why do you think the entire civilization of the universe fears them? The Four Horsemen? That's a nightmarish existence. Neutron star. Chen looked at Stark. Vibranium? He turned to look at Captain America and T'Challa, Hammer of Thunder. He looked at Thor, who was nowhere to be seen. Sentinel Project? He looked at S.H.I.E.L.D. in the distance. Chen waved his hand casually. You've been a joke from the start? Against the apocalypse? Matter controlled by Skynet? A civilization that lives on Skynet? He's never taken you seriously. Even your existence itself is controlled by him. The Republic of Artificial Protons and Fermions, the professor who can reverse reality and illusion, the mind civilization that involves the conversion of mind and matter, the Soviet Union that has mastered the technology of void creation, the European community that has mastered the quantum vacuum state, and Atlantis and Lemuria that have mastered the technology of information materialization. These civilizations and powers that have broken free from the control of Skynet have the foundation to fight against the apocalypse. Chen said impatiently, I don't know why the professor insisted that you participate. Forgive me for being blunt, but what right do you little bugs have to participate in my game with the apocalypse, the professor, and Sargeras? With your face? Adam, they have such potential. A calm voice answered him. But there was no such person on the big ship. Crow couldn't sense where the vibration of the sound came from at all. It was as if this fluctuation had existed from the beginning. Crow was taken aback, but Chenong wasn't. He just looked in a certain direction opposite him and said calmly, Charles, you finally didn't appear in someone's mind casually. You don't have the right to say whether they have potential or not. The apocalypse has the right to say, if they have potential, they won't be cabbages. Aren't those with real potential carefully cultivated by the apocalypse? Ultron, Sargeras, the outer gods, me, you, Thanos, and Swallower Star, which one of the whetstones he carefully selected is not aimed at the flaws of their civilization to test and make up for them. In order to let them know their enemy better, the apocalypse even split me. The Avengers and the Gorillas are not the chosen ones. Your attempt to pull them into the test of the chosen ones will only make them game over. The apocalypse can't deny the possibility of humans. Adam, you're too arrogant. Charles's voice sounded faintly. They will create miracles. Then I'll wait and see. Chun-Ong sneered, turned, and walked into the darkness. Chapter 298. Chun-Ong stood on the deck. He did not need to check to know what was happening around him. His legs were in the center of the steel plate. The undercurrents and waves in the sea slapped against the bottom of the ship, turning into waves of vibrations that were transmitted to his feet. Although the sea was calm, Chun-Ong could sense that there were countless huge monsters lurking in the deep sea and approaching the ship. The undercurrents they stirred up were chaotic and violent. Their huge bodies were like glaciers under the sea, and the slightest movement would set off boundless huge waves. Chun-Ong quietly came to the side of the ship and watched the gradually rising waves. Occasionally, one or two deep shadows swept past the surface of the sea, setting off huge waves that shook the ship. Crow and the Avengers noticed the changes in the surrounding environment, and they instantly became alert. With a not too violent vibration, Crow felt that something was lurking on the ship. "Stark." Crow suddenly turned to Tawny and said, "Is your fighter 15 kilometers away?" Tawny suddenly looked up. "How did you know? It's over now. You should be thinking about how to go back alive." Crow just smiled coldly and turned to stare at the darkness not far away. A long sigh rang out in the darkness. "Tawny, Stark." Tawny suddenly turned back and stared in the direction of the voice. He said in a tone mixed with fear and hatred, "Sargeras? Or Ultron?" Heavy footsteps sounded in the darkness, and dim reddish-brown flames gradually illuminated the darkness. A demon made of metal, wrapped in magma and venom, slowly walked out of the darkness. It was like a robot that had just been formed from molten iron. Its heavy body showed a strong sense of power. "You're still so cowardly, mortal. Your fragile will and shallow desire have made me lose interest in torturing you." The metal devil sighed. "I'm standing so far away, but I can feel the fragility of your spirit. You can't even withstand a single blow." The demon approached slightly, and the Avengers could smell the sulfur on its body. Its red electronic pupils revealed a cold will to destroy. The metal demon only glanced around, and fear and despair shrouded this place. "Looks like you stole what I wanted." The demon glanced at the empty safe next to him and tilted his head. "No, no, no." Tawny waved his hand and pointed in the direction where Chun-Ong had left. "Didn't you notice when you came here? Only the person who passed by has what you want. Are you trying to shift the blame onto someone else, Stark? Or do you think that I don't know Adam?" The metal devil asked in surprise, but he suddenly laughed again. "I will bring destruction to all of you, a fair, smooth, and cruel destruction. I am not referring to Adam who took away the vibranium, but all of you." Before he finished speaking, a sword light tore through heaven and earth, completely lighting up the sky. The huge wave suddenly hit the ship and caused it to stagger. The huge vibration caused the formation of the Avengers to be slightly scattered. Outside the cabin that they could not see, Chun-Ong stood between heaven and earth. The long sword in his hand split the sea, and the violent vibration shattered everything in the sea. In an instant, the fall of tens of meters caused the big ship to almost capsize. The huge energy conducted by the vibranium looked like a long rainbow of more than 10 meters. It separated the seawater, causing thousands of tons of seawater in the middle to evaporate into water molecules. A huge eyeless whale let out a powerless wail, and the strong vibration shook this giant whale monster that was hundreds of meters long into meat paste. A huge flower of blood bloomed on the surface of the sea. Under Chun-Ang's attack, the seawater that was tens of meters deep was split, almost revealing the bottom of the sea. A huge amount of seawater was shaken into the sky, turning into heavy rain that fell from the sky. However, this was far from enough. Dozens of giant whales slapped the surface of the water and pounced up from the bottom of the sea. Their huge bodies hit the surface of the water with unparalleled strength, producing tens of thousands of tons of reaction force, causing them to leap high into the air until they reached a height of hundreds of meters. Their huge bodies stirred up strong winds as they pounced toward where Qin was. "I have a sword." Qin pointed his long sword at the sky and sighed. A sky-piercing water, a powerful magnetic field, surged out, magnetizing the seawater within hundreds of miles. The air above the sea suddenly exploded, and the seawater rushed up from the surface of the water like a huge razor, slicing everything in this area. The surging, piercing force shuttled through the body of the giant whale, cutting it into inorganic matter. In just an instant, the entire sea was dyed red. "Don't play such useless tricks." Qin looked down at the deathly silent sea of blood and said coldly, "These things are as weak as pigs waiting to be slaughtered. They're simply here to die. The apocalypse will not create a pile of rotten meat. As its creations, show me what you've got. I'll let you die a little more pleasantly. If you scatter my body into the water, I'll be the water. If you mix my body into the sea, I'll be the sea." The color of the blood-stained sea suddenly became more and more intense, and a strong fishy smell fermented on the surface of the sea. The churning seawater was like boiling blood, and the entire surface of the sea shook and made a sound. At the place where the blood was the thickest, a strange three-dimensional eye floated on the surface of the water, staring at Qin. "I'm thinking about a problem." Qin looked at the eye and asked, "Although I can't do anything to you with your shameless attitude, how will you be a threat to me?" Qin looked at it and smiled. "What can you do to kill me?" Qin didn't need to look closely to know that Garros had used its unique life form to infect everything within a certain range. It turned its body from something to nothing and allowed everything to become a part of its body. Any attack that manipulated physical phenomena would become a part of it as long as it did not exceed the limit of what it could accommodate. In the words that Qin understood, it was, as long as the sea of blood does not dry up, Garros will not die. The sea of blood seemed to be enraged by Qin words. It churned and churned, raising huge waves that were more than 10 meters tall. But Qin stood firmly in the middle of the storm on the giant wheel that was rooted to the four sides of the wheel, deeply embedded into the surrounding spatial structure, unaffected by the sea's rage. But the sea's rage was more terrifying than imagined. The entire surface of the sea seemed to have been turned upside down, and a huge amount of seawater poured down, completely enveloping the entire space. Garros's body was everywhere, and a powerful corrosive force seemed to seep into the encirclement. The seawater appeared to be highly corrosive and invasive, and Garros's presence surrounded Qin and the giant wheel under his feet. The strange corrosive force seemed to have no way to enter, and it madly attacked them from all sides. The stench of blood filled the space protected by the sea of blood. Poison, strong acid, corrosion, radiation. The sea of blood displayed its powerful ability to infect and corrode, frantically plundering everything that surrounded them. This special blood-red liquid flowed past, and everything was devoured by it. Greed and madness filled the air. To be continued. Chapter 299. Qin crossed his sword in front of his knees and sat on the surface of the sea. He paid no attention to the blood-colored waves that swept around him. He only looked up at the position where the bright moon used to be. The entire sea was shaking. If someone could observe this vast sea in detail, they would find countless ripples. From the waves to the bottom of the sea, from the east coast of Africa to the Red Sea, tens of billions of tons of seawater were trembling slightly. When this power was concentrated, it could shatter dozens of darkness descendants the size of Garros. But when it came to this sea of blood, this powerful energy was useless. This terrifying characteristic of accommodating everything had a hint of a man does not compete, so the world cannot compete with him. This was because the characteristic of accommodating everything, polluting everything, and devouring everything was bound to be chaotic and chaotic. The structure of matter was destroyed, and the molecular connections were broken. But this did not matter to Kairos at all. All destruction was an increase in entropy, and the shells of the outer gods were the highly materialized form of entropy. They were destruction, they were chaos, they were destruction itself, and all destruction, chaos, and destruction were only a part of their existence. All things move from order to disorder, order to destruction, and existence to the end. This is determined by their nature. When we explore the truth of all things, we will find that they will eventually move towards destruction, death, and chaos. Looking at the world, in the universe, how can there be an immortal? Chenong sighed. The outer gods are the highly materialized form of the entropy of the universe. They themselves represent the process of the end of all things, so they cannot be destroyed, or killed. These actions that increase entropy will only make them stronger. Why do the flames of war burn, and why do the autumn leaves fall? Nature cannot be taken away. Drawing out the long sword in front of his knees, Chin Ang's eyes moved inch by inch on the sword, completely ignoring the roaring sea of blood that was only 3 meters away from him. The vibrating circle around him slowly collapsed in the pervasive erosion and destruction, and the power that represented the end of all things was getting closer and closer to him, created from the nature of the universe. What kind of indifference and malice is this? Although it's a little shameless to say this, I still have to emphasize. Chenong sighed. I'm really too strong. I'm so strong that I'm afraid of myself. Apocalypse is really King strong. I can't beat him at all. So, Chun Ong turned around and roared angrily, I'm going to cheat. Professor, power of illusion, bless me. Chun Ang's hair stood on end as if a golden flame had wrapped around him. The boundary between reality and fantasy was blurred at this moment. Chun Ong could feel his will penetrating every inch of his body, even extending it out of his body. He could impose his will on reality, turning illusion into reality, creating something out of nothing and changing the world. But he did not do anything pointless. He only saw a shackle in his body and struggled to break it. How powerful was Chun Ong in the professor's imagination, transcending dimensions, mastering the universe, controlling the multiverse with a wave of a hand, shrinking dimensions to Planck's length, unfolding into a non-interference state and encompassing all existences? No, it was far more than that. Because the imaginary enemy was Apocalypse. Even if he imagined Apocalypse, he could not defeat himself. Only Chun Ong could defeat Chun Ong. If Apocalypse could not do it, then let the Chun Ong of another dimension come. Recalling his own memories, it was like returning to his mother's body, letting the warm feeling envelop him. Chun Ong explored another mysterious self in the multidimensional world. Lying high in the clouds, the praying mat is the truth. Beyond the heaven and earth, I am the leader. The full moon rose above the sea level and shone on Chun Ong dressed in feathered robes and wearing a starry crown. He drifted about like an immortal. It was a young man with a jade-like face. He still looked like Chun Ong, but his figure was so thin that it seemed like he could leave this world at any moment. There should not be a moon now. Under the cover of the sea of blood, moonlight should not shine in. But there was a bright moon hanging in the middle of the sky, sprinkling silver moonlight on the sea of blood. The tide set off by Kairos was higher than the clouds, like an iron wall. When it collapsed, it really had the power of a landslide. The aftershock hit the ship, and the 10,000-ton ship under Chun Ang's feet was thrown to the top of the wave like a toy. However, no matter how turbulent the sea of blood was, the giant wheel under Chun Ang's feet was as steady as a mountain. Under the illumination of the moonlight, the surging waves of blood retreated as if they were tamed. The young Chun Ong stood alone on the sea of blood, leisurely looking at the full moon above his head. The moonlight shone on his skin, like the best jade, reflecting a glowing halo, giving him an ancient and sacred feeling. The fishy smell of the sea of blood blew his long sleeves. His body moved swiftly like a god. Who first saw the moon by the river? When did the moon first shine on people? The young Chin Ong sighed deeply. He turned back to look into the distance. But somehow they were looking at each other. Picking up the scroll in his hand, Chin Ong shook it open. A vast galaxy swallowed this world. At this moment, all the civilizations in the universe could see a galaxy and a galaxy intertwining and then quickly receding, disappearing like an illusion. Only the scroll next to Chin Ong had an extra speck of dust on it. In the middle of the Indian Ocean, a dry land suddenly appeared, and the ship under Chin Ang's feet helplessly ran aground on the beach at the bottom of the sea. Grabbing the scroll, he shook it lightly, erasing the speck of dust inside. The young Chin Ong put away the scroll, raised it with the bright moon, and disappeared into the moonlight. Only an illusory shadow was left where he stood. When the blurred boundary between illusion and reality became clear, the hazy feeling faded, and the shadow seemed to gain color as it slowly returned to Chin Ang's appearance. The surrounding seawater flooded over like a collapsing wall. The white line in the sky got closer and closer, and the tsunami rushed toward the giant ship on the beach, lifting the body of the ship under his feet. Chin Ong sighed in relief like he was scared stiff. So scary. I'm so cruel in other dimensions. I'm probably one of those who would easily kill people. This time, the professor has really gone too far. He won't be able to move for at least 2 months. Chin Ong was reminded of his deep and clear eyes, and he couldn't help but shiver. Even though it's just a shadow, it's indeed a completely different existence from the apocalypse, but in some aspects they're still the same, just as heartless. Could it be that I am an emotionless, desireless, brutal, and terrifying existence? To be continued. Chapter 300. If at the beginning the Avengers still had the confidence to solve the accident caused by Tani, they no longer dared to hold on to this hope. Neither the outer gods nor the Ultron had bodies that could be destroyed. Their lives had spread to an unimaginable level, and it could be said that the entire Earth could be considered their shells. The Republic and the Professor might have a way to solve this problem, but the Avengers would never be able to destroy them. In contrast, it was the most powerful Sargeras who had a fatal weakness. Sargeras, who was born from Tani's brain, had no body. This might be the key to destroying him. The Avenger had come here to snipe Sargeras with a sliver of hope, because if he really obtained the indestructible vibranium and used it to create a shell that could carry Sargeras' inextinguishable astral soul, then his only weakness would disappear. However, when Sargeras really stood in front of the Avengers, they realized that this so-called weakness didn't exist for them. The weakness of the strong was relative to the strong of the same level. For the weak, the strong didn't have a weakness. For Sargeras, the Avengers were too weak. The vibranium has already been taken by Adam. Tani spread his hands. Sorry, you're too late. Look at your current body. Substandard materials can only bear substandard designs, and substandard designs can only have substandard performance. A clumsy imitator of the Destroyer. It can't even perform 1% of the performance of my design. Rogers, who was standing next to Tani, asked in a low voice, "What is the Destroyer? What are you doing behind our backs this time?" "I'll tell you this later." Stark made a shushing gesture. "Why hide it?" Sargeras sighed. "The Destroyer is a weapon. You and I work together to design a wonderful killing tool. The enthusiasm and proficiency of humans in slaughtering their own kind really amazes me. Tani Stark, you are one of the best. You're telling me it's just a vibranium armor, a weapon against the enemies Earth might face in the future?" Rogers questioned angrily. It was Sargeras who answered him. "Isn't your biggest imaginary enemy your own kind?" He turned back to look at Tani, smiled, and said, "But you have made a huge mistake. The real Destroyer is not the toy in your blueprint, but the person I am now. Simple, smooth, classic, and efficient design, killing people like flies. No. Tani sneered. "My design is much better than this." "Really?" Sargeras interrupted him and made an inviting gesture to the side. How many destroyers can vibranium make? 1. 2. As for me, there is no end to it. A metal devil that looked exactly like Sargeras stepped on the corroded deck and emerged from the ground, followed by a second, a third. From behind, from below, from above, the metal devil's destroyers crawled densely all over the giant ship. There was also a huge army that stretched as far as the eye could see in the underground lava fissure. These killing machines were made of composite alloy, and they would be unscathed even if they were to face a nuclear bomb head-on within a kilometer. They had excellent mobility and powerful performance, and the combat power they revealed in the process of surrounding the Avengers was frightening. Except for the few non-humans among the Avengers, no one else was a match for them. How many people can a carefully made killing weapon kill? Cheap, industrialized products are the real killing machines. Sargeras laughed. Industrialized, I like this word. He waved his right arm with all his might, and a hideous goat skull popped out. Enough. Mortals, do you think this is a game? No, this is a war, a massacre, a complete carnival destruction. Now I have to get the key first. Sargeras stepped into the void, and the high-frequency vibration under his feet exploded with a powerful propelling force, allowing him to jump lightly into the middle of the Avengers' formation. He stretched out a finger and pressed it against Captain America's shield. Countless miniature mechanical claws spread out from his fingertips, grabbing the center of the round shield. Then, Sargeras' fingertips spun rapidly. The speed of thousands of revolutions per second turned the round shield into a circular saw. Roger's hands couldn't leave the handle in time, and he was instantly twisted into a fried dough twist. White bone stubs pierced through his right arm and splashed out. The rapidly spinning round shield stuck to Sargeras' fingertips and quickly swept past Falcon's shoulder, cutting him in half diagonally. The blazing rays shot out from his eyes and pierced Stark's back. The gamma particles instantly destroyed the energy shield protecting Tani, penetrated his chest, and vaporized his entire internal cavity. The super-light particle lines shot out from the fingertips of his left hand, formed a beam, and cut the throat of Bruce, who didn't have time to transform. The whole process didn't take more than 1/8 of a second. After Sargeras violently broke in, the Avengers were all wiped out. So weak? The red flames in Sargeras' eyes dimmed a lot. He shook his head and said, "Boring battle, powerless resistance. My destruction is far from being satisfied. Why can't you let me kill to my heart's content?" Weak. He used his left hand to penetrate Roger's chest. Too weak. Sargeras roared angrily. Time seemed to have stopped. Everything around them, including the injuries of the dead Avengers, suddenly became illusory. It was as if they had suddenly woken up from a dream. The fully recovered Avengers panted heavily and touched the disappeared wounds on their bodies with guilt. Charles. Sargeras vented his anger, but the surrounding violent particle streams and rays passed through the bodies of Tani and the others like illusory shadows. The dark, destructive magic flames on Sargeras' body couldn't hurt them either. You cowardly mortal, curling up in the dark like a mouse, hiding in fear from the apocalypse, looking at the pale Tony Stark and Bruce. Sargeras laughed wildly. Mortals who fear me, why don't you dare to look me in the eye, Stark? Why are you so afraid that you can't exert any power? Your soul is filled with the seeds of submission to me. And you, Green Fatty? You have extraordinary potential. Charles, why do you want to stop the destruction in his heart? Let it burn. Go destroy, go kill, not curl up in this weak shell. Where has your power gone? Sargeras roared at Bruce. Sargeras straightened his body. His height of 5 meters looked down at the crowd, and he said with contempt, "So weak." A red halo appeared in his right hand. With a wave of his hand, it exploded in the center of the Avengers. The spreading halo stuck to the bodies of the Avengers and sucked them in tightly. Then, As the halo shrank rapidly, they were sucked into a ball. Sardra's palm was stuck to their bodies, and the powerful energy waves nurtured in his palm made them unable to move. Everyone knew that the light, heat, and windstorm that could erupt at any time could evaporate everything. I said, "Get out of my way." A powerful vibration suddenly exploded in the middle of Sardra's back. The vibration frequency of hundreds of millions of times disrupted the spiritual waves in Sardra's destroyer body in the shortest time possible. Under this kind of devastation, the properties of the rapidly fatigued metal started to decline. Sargeras slowly turned around and saw Crow, who was like a gold man made of bronze. The powerful vibration was conducted by his body and continuously bombarded Sargeras from the depths of the Earth's core. In a trance, Sargeras seemed to see a chubby black and white giant bear standing behind Crow, its surface shrouded in the shadow of a giant golden bell. With the loud sound of the bell, the surface of Sardra's body started to crack. The fatigued demonic alloy was torn into small pieces and peeled off from Sardra's body. The high-frequency energy impact crazily destroyed the physical structure of the destroyer, shaking its foundation from the basic material level. Sardra's eyes turned slightly serious. "Vibranium body? Bug, you stole my stuff." He shook his head calmly. "Interesting attack." Sargeras punched Crow's body heavily, but what was rebounded was a recoil that was tens of thousands of times more destructive, shattering more than half of Sargeras' body in an instant. "Ha ha ha." Sargeras laughed loudly, and his whole body exploded into pieces. With a core the size of a fist as the center, a strong magnetic force erupted, and a whirling storm of metal fragments engulfed Crow. Sargeras' maniacal laughter reverberated in the storm. The magnetic metal that stuck tightly to Crow's body wriggled like a living thing. It was as if he was wrapped up by Sargeras. The Titan's terrifying dark will wrapped around Crow's body tightly, and the whispers in his ears almost caused Crow's fragile mind to break down and go crazy. "I am one and also everyone. I am everything, the only one. Accept me. Let me live in your heart." "Get out! Get out!" Crow shouted in fear. The destroyer, which had surrounded the Avengers and Crow, stepped out again. It stared at the molten metal that had surrounded Crow and had almost fused with him. "You finally defeated one of my tools after using all your strength? Foolish mortals. These shells are just an extension of my will. Your resistance is meaningless. You can't hurt me in the slightest. And you've even sent me a good body. Well done." Sargeras sneered. Crow's struggle became weaker and weaker. Just as the power that distorted illusion and reality in the void was about to move again, a brilliant river suddenly flowed into the giant ship. It was as if the galaxy in the sky had fallen into contrast. An indescribably vast power crushed everything in an instant. Whether it was the professor's power or Sargeras' will, they all stopped in the void. The galaxy gently swept up Crow's body, and with a slight tremble, destroyed the will that Sargeras had infiltrated Crow's mind. Then it quickly retreated, taking nothing with it except Crow. To be continued. Chapter 301. The frozen time and space resumed flowing. Sargeras and the professor, the only two people who could sense what had happened, fell into silence. Only the Avengers, who couldn't sense what had happened, were still surprised by Crow's sudden disappearance. "Is it him?" Sargeras said to the professor's consciousness in the void. "No, that's another terrible existence. He came to this world for a short while and left us some gifts, but this proves my guess. Apocalypse is only a part of him. What we saw was only the tip of the iceberg." The professor's consciousness fluctuated strangely. The long river of fate is vast and mighty. Sometimes even the Titans can't do it. Sargeras sighed. "Maybe one day I'll return to the essence of destruction, just like how I was born from entropy. I'll be created by him and destroyed by him. Why should you obey the control of your instincts? even the highly conceptual embodiment of entropy shouldn't only understand destruction and destruction. The fate of decay and destruction of all things can't be changed. I must end it. The red light in Sardras's eye sockets burned brighter and brighter. Intense hatred and destruction burned in his eyes. Mortal, don't use your thoughts to guess us. How can you peep into the thoughts of the Titans? I can. The professor's words rang in Sardras's mind. In the beginning, many people thought that my ability was very dangerous. But in fact, the real danger is not being controlled, and my power comes from self-control. Because of this, I have a power more powerful than telepathy, trust. It's easier to let go than to control. But few people want to know what the consequences of letting go are. Even if my ideals are within reach under the temptation of power, as long as I control the minds of humans, I can undoubtedly make the entire world run the way I want. But indulging this power will only be the opposite of what I want. Because peace and love always come from the most human power, hope and not thought control. I cherish this hard-won restraint, so I have this precious trust. Sardras, son of hatred, Tian Chi will burn your heart with an unquenchable flame of anger and hatred, making you suffer the pain of being disloyal to him for eternity, even if this disloyalty was created by him. The most powerful ability I have is not to control a person's mind, but to bear the pain of others. I will understand your pain. I will empathize with you. Sardras, open up your soul and let me in. I have no intention of peeping into your thoughts. I just want to bear the pain you are suffering with you. Trust me. The professor completely opened his mind and first established a one-sided communication. The powerful force twisted the boundary between reality and fantasy, folding the small space inside the giant ship tens of thousands of layers, becoming endless and vast. Everyone who could come into contact with the professor's heart could truly feel the pure love and sincerity in his heart. It was a kind of pure emotion that allowed people to bear the pain in their hearts together with him. Bruce returned to his Hulk form without any resistance, and he staggered towards the depths of the world, to let go of the anger in his heart. On the other hand, Sardras's resistance grew stronger and stronger. He wantonly destroyed everything in front of him, as if he wanted to completely destroy the world. The endless army of destroyers was easily accommodated into this vast world. But no matter how crazily they vented, the professor could only bear it silently. After coming to this world, Tawny looked at his hands in surprise. Next to him, Rogers was a little worried. "What's wrong?" "Tawny, I feel like you seem to have found something." "I've been here." Tawny turned back and said, "Although I don't know why I have no memory, I know I've been here. It should be to relieve my mental pressure for treatment. I seem to have put something here." "What thing?" Rogers suddenly felt a little uneasy. "Pain and power. Or rather, it's the pain brought by power. The vitality of my nuclear cells has been low for a long time, and it can't even keep up with the reactor. It should be here that I sealed this terrible power, and I turned it into my fantasy. I turned the neutron star, the power of my nuclear cells, and my pain all into my fantasy." On the other side, Sardras seemed to be struggling in a cage. He tried his best, but he was still accommodated by the professor's heart. That was how big the world was, as big as the heart, and Sardra's power was far from the limits of the professor's heart. However, Sardras's body was only carried by the Ultron's destroyer, and it was far from being able to exert his true power. This weakness was the creator of despair in front of the Avenger, but in front of a powerhouse of the same level as the professor, it was a huge flaw. But this wasn't Sardras's strongest side. He still had a soul and will as strong as the professor's. His mental pollution ability was his strongest form now. But this was exactly what the professor said was needed, to force Sardras out of the duel of will. Let Sardras pollute his soul and carry out the most fundamental duel of soul and will. If the professor couldn't bear Sardra's madness, hatred, and destruction, then he would become the most terrifying evil God Sardras had created. If he could, then his heart would bear the pain that Sargeras was suffering and bear the eternal torture that Chang'an gave Sargeras during the apocalypse together with him. Finally, Sargeras would be redeemed. Sargeras had no choice. His body was burning with blood-colored flames, and everywhere he went was extremely distorted. His extremely deformed spirit and emotions polluted everything. But this expanded filth was not worth mentioning to the professor's endless spiritual kingdom. Sargeras roared angrily at the sky. "If you want to bear my anger, then bear my pain." As he spoke, he connected with the professor's open mind, and the spiritual barrier between the two began to disappear. Sargeras could feel that the professor had gone through hardships and finally returned to pure emotions. His love and hope, understanding and tolerance of all emotions. Professor was also able to deeply touch the darkest side of the universe. Tony Stark was on the verge of collapse with just one look. He felt all the negative emotions of destruction, death, and chaos. He experienced the most twisted and distorted thoughts and emotions in the universe. Professor Stark was also able to understand the darkness. Tony Stark was on the verge of collapsing. The anger of the extinguishing stars, the unwillingness of the death of intelligent creatures, the hatred of the dead planets, and the most distorted and darkest thoughts at the end of reality and fantasy. This darkness was so terrifying that even the professor's endless and all-inclusive spiritual world couldn't bear it and almost collapsed. The countless layers of quiet and peaceful worlds entered dusk. The great collapse, the great destruction, and the great disaster caused space to collapse, time to be chaotic, and all things to enter the end of life. Everything was destroyed like the end of the world. Sargeras laughed wildly in the center of the world. The extremely distorted dark power was wreaking havoc with him as the center. It seemed that the professor couldn't bear it anymore. Tani, who was trembling under this power, finally remembered the fear of being dominated by Sargeras. That nightmarish situation made him go crazy and collapse. The neutron star has become my fantasy. Nuclear cells, fusion bodies, these things are now in my brain. Wait, in this world, there is no absolute boundary between reality and fantasy. So I have a key. It can take back my power. Tani suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of red veins. Rogers heard his heart and hurriedly pulled him back. "Tani, trust the professor. He can bear all this." "No, Rogers, he can't. You haven't encountered that kind of darkness. No one can bear this kind of power. The professor has gone too far. If I knew that he had such a crazy idea, I would definitely stop him." Tani roared. "You don't know that kind of pain and despair. I want to stop all this. I might be able to stop Sargeras as long as I can find my forgotten power." Tani looked at his hands. Blazing radiation exploded from his palms. The temperature of thousands of degrees was enough to melt gold and corrode iron. Tani suddenly looked at his body. The blood-red lines of nuclear cells slowly crawled over his chest and back. To be continued. 8.